never be able to explain it or express it to anyone else if you don't understand. So y'all, today's class, are you too without understanding? So I have one area that I'm going to hit on, and it's dealing with, Matthew 25, and the understanding of what a changer is and how it's used in a sense. And we'll take one from anybody else within our assembly here or in the worldwide audience. What we're speaking of, gaining some understanding of a proverb or situation, because what we're speaking of is the Messiah spoke in parables and proverbs a lot. So did Solomon and David and a few other writers. But a lot of times, the understanding of a proverb is spelled out in common language. You know what I'm saying? What's wrong? Something on the sound?
No, that was off. You could still hear it, but it wasn't like it should be. But it was good.
So, y'all, we have to, with all I get understanding, y'all, and with two words I want to look up with this today is dealing with the one subject that I'm on today. We're going to look up the word chamber, and we're going to look up the word imagery, because it's all tied into your understanding. Because we are a visual people. Does the thought pop in your mind when you read something? Does the imagery put it into righteousness, or does the first image that pop up in your mind, is it unrighteous? Like we talk about a lot of times that, you hear some people say, marriage is just sex. So if you believe that, if you were to see a woman that's pleasing or desirable to your eye, is the image that pops up in her already got you at the motel with her? And you ain't laid eyes on them but 20 seconds.
Creator.
That's lust.
Right, so we understand now where your senses are, or where your imagery, or what chamber you're already looking at for her. There is a such thing called the wedding chamber, and it don't mean the marriage bed. Two different things, y'all, when we get to the understanding of the imagery of these things, and we're going to look up imagery as well, that definition, so that we get some clear understanding today. But like I say, I want to hit on this subject in particular, but if anybody else got one that they would like to add on to the discussion, we'll try to at least get two, maybe three concerning, or you two without understanding, y'all. And these things are not to be looked at like, we're putting anybody down. What we're saying is the Bible is a complex book if it's not followed by its rules. And its rules are everything must be established with two witnesses from the Bible that paint the same exact picture, imagery for that subject matter. You can't have an image over here and then grab the same word and it points to a total different image over there. That's not the two witness rule. They must be hand in hand, so that just like before you can convict anybody, put anybody to death, it always had to be two witnesses that paint the same exact picture on the same exact subject matter. So with that, Jerry, what you have?
What is the name of class again?
Are you two without understanding? And may have spelled it a little bit differently. I used the letter R, the letter U, and the number 2 without understanding.
Psalms 54.
Psalm 54 was open prayer.
Y'all forgive me, I was pulling up the definition.
Anybody asking any questions, or they too without understanding? We ain't got to have it down, but as we move through this, if they think of something out there that you're saying, look, this is just really starting to plague me, and I just can't express it to nobody else. Well, like I say, we have to then do it like the Messiah did. Put it in a term, or what's called like street terms, or what you call, bring it down to layman's terms. Say it where I can understand. Don't shoot it over the top of my head. Because if I tell it to somebody else that I know, it's going over the top of their head too. And you know what the next thing is? He in a cult.
Right.
So y'all, with that, we're gonna get some good understanding to be able to express, what I'm trying to deliver today. And we'll start in 2 Corinthians.
You want That's imagery first.
Yeah, we can get that first. If you got,
I got it up.
them up.
Yeah, I
Okay,
got it up.
definition of the word imagery.
Imagery, a noun, plural. The formation of mental images.
The formation of what?
Mental images.
Right.
Figures or likenesses of things or of such images collectively.
So it says the first thing, visual. So y'all, we picture something in our mind, and since we are not the creator, the only thing can pop up in your mind is what the Most High has already created and shown an image of. We don't have our own thought process. Everything we think of has already been invented, or it's a time that where it can point to it that what you're seeing in your mind started right here. Like nobody can start with no other mankind can point to any other human being on this earth before Adam.
Let me read this one right here too.
Go ahead, bro.
Psychologically, mental images collectively, especially those produced by the action of imagination.
By the act of imagination. So, y'all, we want to get this clear, but nobody imagination is their own. Hollywood, everything they movies about come out of the scriptures.
That's right.
Any dark side, anything like that, they either is going to be showing the wicked indoor or showing the righteousness of being cast out by like the Holy Spirit and thing. And everything is always what? Of biblical proportions. No matter what they're talking about, it's like it came straight out of the Bible. They don't mention no other books. What you got to read there?
Most of the guys that producers and writers and stuff in Hollywood was raised up Jews. So they know.
Absolutely.
So that's why so many of them movies have spiritual overtone.
Yes, sir. But see, the only thing we have to be careful of is that they study out of their books based off of the Bible. It's their version of the Bible rewritten to their understanding, like the Talmud and the Kabbalah. We have to be careful that you don't let them slip that in on you by saying the word, the Bible. That's the only way we can be deceived, is if somebody tell you, oh, that's in the Bible. And once they say that, you just hook, line, and sinker. That's all they had to say. It's in the Bible somewhere. You don't even have some word. What you got to say?
There's these people that have come out of the world and now they're saying that they're Christians, but the only thing they're saying, they haven't changed anything. But they're just saying, they're singing songs, oh, this is just in the Bible, and you automatically say they're Christian.
Right. Absolutely. And we did it a lot, y'all. Just like when we heard the Bible was tampered with. Ain't nobody ever showed us anything. All we did was like, okay, we repeated it to somebody else. If they said a sin that was related to us, that's the only time we said it.
Right.
If they pointed out a sin you was doing, oh, ain't that tampered with? I'm sure you want it to be tampered with because they point out something that's offensive to you, so to speak. You good, bro? What's going on?
Everybody else can get it with me, but it's all good. All praise.
Oh, we online, we straight.
Right. So
For whatever reason, he ain't getting on.
Right, because you got something, sis? Okay, no. And see, y'all, and this is what we're talking about. Imagery is a consciousness. Y'all, we are not under the physical aspect of the lawgiver from the priesthood of Aaron. We've moved to the conscious priesthood called Melchizedek. This is a priesthood that's supernatural. It's a priesthood that you can determine by the look on somebody's face or the words that come out of their mouth what kind of doctrine they own. Because you're seeing it up here before it's manifested in the flesh, so to speak. And that's where judgments have to start, because that's how the Most High say, I'm going to judge every man, woman, everybody of the age of accountability. I'm starting with the intent of your heart. He said, I got to go way before you down the road. I don't want when you had a pistol on the cashier. I want to talk about the thought that put that in your mind. Who was you listening to?
Thank you.
What made you go get that pistol and head down to First Credit Union? What inspired that thought? That's where the Most High gets back to y'all, and that's where we have to be strong, Jesus. To get understanding of what his word is talking about, we have to be in the conscious level. Our imagery cannot get to the bad place. If it jumps there first, and like I say, for men or for women, if you turn the TV on and you see a handsome man on there, where does the first place take it to? If you think that I sure like to have his baby, then what does it take to make a baby? So where your imagery at? Where your mindset at?
But David,
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask you, I had an incident happen to me a few years ago. A guy was stealing the wheels off my car in my yard.
Uh-huh.
And I went out on him, and I had my 12 gauge.
Yeah.
And I put one in and finished shooting. And I looked him in his face, and his face looked like a skeleton.
Uh-huh.
Like looking at you.
Yeah.
It wasn't your skin, it was a skeleton. And the thought came over that he had death on, but it wasn't meant for me to kill him.
Right.
So, I dropped the weapon, and he ran. And I walked back up to the house, and my wife said, "You couldn't shoot him, so I couldn't kill him."
Right.
See, so that thought, as you saying about that thought, it was in my mind for
Right.
me to shoot him, but I couldn't do it.
And the
The
imagery.
wicked showed itself.
Right.
And
It
I've been
showed
through
itself.
similar things too.
It showed itself.
It'll show itself.
But what would happen is you was gonna spend some manslaughter time in jail.
That's what's gonna happen.
Because you can't shoot anybody over a material item unless you were in the car. And he's trying to take the wheels off while you're trying to put it in drive. Then he's endangering your life. But
Your
if
life
you
has
come
to be in
out-
danger.
Yes, sir. Because we had a partner of ours, he told me his next door neighbor, when them Lincoln Continentals first came out with them little thin skirts over the back wheel, you could take them off or leave them on however you wanted to. 2 pair got stolen. And they quite expensive when they first come out. So he crazy glued fish hooks under the 3rd pair. So when the thief came at the same hour, and it was a latch under there, so you're moving quick, you hit the latch and snatch them off and you're gone. Well, he didn't look, up under there to see if it's trust. He just did what he always do, and then fish hooks got it. Now you can't yank it, because they lock in. So when he came out 6 o'clock in the morning, guess who was sitting like this? And he just went right back in the house and got that Louisville slugger and spit on it like Fred Templeton. Beat on his knuckles for a while and on his elbow. And when the police came, he called the police, they locked him up for sabotage.
Can't set nobody up
You
like that.
cannot sabotage a vehicle or anything like that,
Can't set nobody
because
up
where
like
does the
that.
line stop? Do you have a shotgun set to pull the trigger when somebody opened the door? You can't do it, so he was locked up for that and actually battling in court for the dude suing him.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. But like I'm saying, the stealing what they was doing, they say, we'll handle theft, just call us. We'll handle the theft. By the time, before you hit them with that baseball bat, we would have been there, we'd have cut the fish hooks out and hauled them on the way. But now, you got to go with us. And see, so the imagery, you have to always think, do I see myself sitting in the back of that police car looking back at my house? And somebody had, we been out there to bail you out. We been out there to bail you out. I don't want that.
No, they ain't got
I
no
want
money.
them just to hand me a card if we need to contact you.
They gonna be sending
we
planes trying to bail
okay.
you out.
Thank you, officer.
I got another question.
Go ahead.
Was that like the Most High was giving me a choice, or?
Yes,
you know?
yeah, it was. It was letting you know that what was on him was dark spirits and why he's out here, why he's in the cars like that. If you kill him about this, then the killing ain't gonna stop there, because you're gonna have another one tomorrow. You're gonna walk out and somebody gonna have your bedroom window up just like this, and you may look at it. But to prevent this, they have laws if they come in here. And not only this, anything outside of 15 feet is considered a safe zone. So you got to image in your mind what's 15 feet between me and a cell. Because if he's 20 and you blasting, there's gonna be some problems. Y'all, this is what I'm saying. They're letting you carry weapons, but it's still a setup plan if you don't know the rules for carrying a weapon. If you don't know the rules for carrying this weapon, it's gonna be problems and punishment. You're gonna find yourself getting locked up with this weapon.
Yes.
If the imagery is off, how you gonna have an imagery of the first man and you never saw none of them things taking place? What's in your mind now? can holler Adam had 7 ribs, but how many women was made for him? Was it 1 or 7? So, I mean, we can play all of the games you want to play about that, but the perfect design, what he had designed, he said, when I'm going to start the world over again, started it with the same design. There was no extras needed. Well, like, what do I do with these spices right there? I'll just put them in a pot too. No, never that way. So, yeah, let's get to the image, because we have to have the image, and the Most High, I must show you the image of the most righteous one, and that's how I formed you. That's how you were made. That's how Adam was made, with a perfect image. If we make Adam have an image of what we're thinking about, the lust and the carnal desires in our mind, shame on us. That's this flesh that's set and marked for death. That's what you're seeing. You're seeing this corruptible flesh, and you think, I need to have some fun before it corrupts all of the way, and rigor mortis set in. That ain't true fun. Ain't no fun when you're miserable after it's over. People say they have fun on the boat, but when your pocket's as flat as the plane is,
ain't no fun.
And the light bill is due
You ready to go.
tomorrow Monday. And you pat the pockets, and you can't pat 100 in there. I ain't never seen that work. Have y'all?
Y'all ain't through yet. I'm ready to go.
I'm ready to go. You know, so that's not fun. That's going to put a bad imagery in your mind, because you either thinking about to run this extension cord next door, or I'm going to have to find or take some money from somebody. Something I got to do because I was having fun.
And not somebody hit the jackpot next to you.
Yeah.
They got enough to pay. I'll let you see it. Now you got to fight them thoughts.
Boy, come on. Yeah.
Huh? I could go in his pocket. He ain't gonna know.
He ain't gonna know. Let's start it on off, y'all. Genesis 1:26. I just want to get the image so that everywhere we read, I want to see if we read about a Messiah or a father that puts bad imagery in your mind to make us do what we say, and you think that the Lord, this is the image that he put on Adam. The things that we're doing, and you're saying, I'm like the Lord. And your mindset is totally somewhere else. Unless you're saying the imagery of the Father and the Son himself is not what the scriptures are stating. Because when you sin, he sinned not one time. I don't care what king you pull up. Between Adam and where we are today, there's some sinning going on with every king. So if your images of those fallen kings, you got a bad image in your mind. Did we get chamber yet? I want to go and get them too. We got imagery, and it's dealing with the 5 senses. That's what it's dealing with. If a blind man is in here, been blind since birth, he can't see what you're talking about. You have to talk to him with a feel. If you say tender, he ain't never seen a tender before. You have to give him the Ray Charles treatment. You bring 2 over and let him feel right here. He's like, oh, he say, now that's a tender, you feel it right there. He's like, okay. Now that one, that used to be a tender, you feel it right there.
That's kind of rough.
Right, so, but the imagery to him then pops in his mind of what's going on, because he technically can't see. And the same thing with the deaf and the dumb. You can't speak and hear. There's other senses that take over. It should give you a righteous imagery of what you need to be doing, because if not, you'll be using that as an excuse on Judgment Day. We all will be looking for, well, Lord, if I could have just saw that that was Earl's woman, I never would have done it. No, you felt that that was Earl's woman because you ain't been at the altar with no woman. So, you know, you can't put it off, but that's what we'll be trying to do, escape damnation through saying that we were born in error. Your soul was created perfectly. Every man, woman, and child in here, soul is in perfect state. It's just the flesh is damaged. If they're a little slow on this, or this arm is like that, that's still flesh. The soul will stand in perfect form on Judgment Day. Perfect form. You will see, if you're blessed, you know, and like I said, hopefully on the right side, you will see a child that may have been born this way, you'll see them standing up perfect in that line. Unless they're below the age of accountability, but you'll see them standing perfectly on the other side where you're trying to get to. Perfect form. Because that's what he said, I'm judging souls from you. I'm judging the souls of men and women, not their flesh. Let's get it, Genesis 1:26.
Let me read the chamber first.
Okay, go ahead, Brad.
Chamber, a room, especially a bedroom.
Hey, what?
Especially a bedroom.
So that's the first imagery that pops into your mind, especially a bedroom. Go ahead.
A natural or artificial enclosed space or cavity.
A natural or artificial enclosed space. You can have a chamber that you store some personal or private things in. It's just a small personal space. But what we're talking about is the imagery when it's related to a specific scripture. If you throw it out there, what image do you want me to have in my mind?
The bedroom.
Okay, go ahead. What's the next one?
The room where a judge transacts business.
A room where a judge transacts business. This is a different chamber. This is a chamber maybe concerning somebody's guilt or innocence. Go ahead.
The reception room of a person of rank or authority.
The what room?
The reception room
Right.
of a person of rank or authority.
Like the mayor's office. So we understand that. Go ahead, bro.
A legislative or judicial body.
Right?
Either of the House or of a bicameral legislature. A voluntary board or council.
Right.
A part of a board or gun that holds a charge.
See, and that's a different type of chamber. You got one in the chamber?
Yes, Lord.
Right. Go ahead.
A compartment in the cartridge cylinder of a revolver.
Yeah.
It won't go up to me.
See, y'all, and
that's it.
just
That's
on and
all.
on, but we see also a room of where an important person may be, you know. The most important room in a wedding chamber is the bridegroom. And he's the most important person in that room. At that time, y'all all came to see him, didn't you? See them get married, didn't you? And ain't the best man that's the most important one in the room? So we have to get a clear understanding what imagery are we going to put in our mind when we discussing these scripts. Is it going to be to satisfy your flesh and you want somebody to get that image in their mind as soon as you holler a scripture? And we know what eye you're getting that imagery from. Men. Genesis 1:26, and we're just gonna hit this quick one so we get some understanding, and then we just hit so we understand that when the Most High initially put this down, he said this is what we're going back to. We're going back to righteousness. We're going back to immortality. We're going back to the pure sense of the image that I gave man. That's what we need to be back to. That's where you gotta picture yourself at, because it's gonna be that one way or the other. Either it's gonna be on the side with the goats or with the sheep. One way or the other, you got to get the image in your mind what side you want to be on. And what scriptures we gonna read kingdom-wise, you ain't gonna be throwing no rag in the sink in this kingdom. As soon as you lay eyes on something, you'd already throw the rag in the sink.
That's
It
lust.
has to be that way because there's a few short legs up in there. But you older ones know what I'm talking about.
That's lust.
Yeah.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 26.
What it say?
And Yahweh said, let us make man in our image.
So we see right now there's more than one.
Yeah.
And the only time that we ever seen any words or creation tied to the us, and this is a plural form of the church body at this time. This is Elohim, meaning more than one. So spiritually, does it say that what you were talking about is more than one? Spiritually, but we're gonna see if it's clean or is it dirty. That's the whole imagery in the mindset. Go ahead, bro, read some more.
And Yahweh said, let us make man in our image,
Right?
after our
Can you imagine the Messiah or the Father doing what you like to do on the other side of midnight? If that imagery pops in your
Father,
mind,
please don't.
you got the wrong image in your mind.
Please don't. Don't none of y'all do that.
And then you'll let He made me. Okay? You're going to take that one to the grave, are you? Okay?
And let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air,
Right?
and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth.
Right.
So Yahweh created man in his own image.
In his own what?
In his own image.
Okay, so we see that man was created in his own image. So everything we read about the Most High, we have to think of his own image. He's saying it's without fault. It can see in the past. It can see in the future. You know, if you hanging on to any other God that can't do it, that can't see in the future, it's going to be a problem with the image of the Most High that you have in your head. If you call another individual God, if he has the same qualities that you have, a flesh that's set for corruption in 72 hours, it will turn hard like a brick, and then it'll dissolve back to dust. If you looking at mankind like that, you're looking at man after the fall. He's marked for error. You got the wrong imagery in your mind. You're going to be looking to be broken down or have a fault in the kingdom and think it's going to be justified.
My hip ain't working.
My hip ain't working. What you going to do with a cattle on 1,000 hills and your hip is sore? Genesis chapter 2. Just skip right down to verse 20. And y'all, this is just so we can get the image and understanding of what took place. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 2, verse 20.
Right?
And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found an helpmeet for him.
So he said he gave names to everything. So every beast on planet Earth that we know what it is, Adam named.
Yes, sir.
That's the power that the man had on the sixth day. He was a king.
Yes, sir.
So if somebody of these camps out here had you looking at Solomon or Hezekiah as the king because they were made by man and woman, that's not the imagery of the Most High. That imagery that you have of those men fell short.
Yes, sir.
Both of them begging for their life. Read some more of that Genesis 21, yeah. 2 and 21.
Genesis chapter 2, verse 21.
Right?
And the Lord Yahweh caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs.
He took all 7
He
of
took
his ribs.
one of his ribs,
Okay.
and closed up the flesh instead thereof.
So, if anybody's talking, you got 7 ribs, that's why it may be 7 women. This say took one of them. It didn't take 7 of them and fashion them all.
Right.
But it's been ribs. No protection around his heart, spleen, and lungs, kidneys, and heart area. But we see how many he took. Read some more, brother.
And the rib which the Elohim Yahweh had taken from man, made he a woman,
Right?
and brought her unto the man.
So if you're thinking again that he brought the man a woman that was at fault or in error, you're wrong again, because we're in perfection. Unless your imagery is he made her that way. That's why we can't get along today. No, that ain't never was in here. Never was in here. Go ahead, bro.
And the rib which the Elohim had taken from man, made he a woman and brought her unto the man.
So this is the father, right? And he got the woman. What is he doing with the woman? Giving her away, right? So we see the process of marriage started way in the Garden of Eden. the father bring his daughter to the son, his new son-in-law, if that's the case. That's what it's going to be. And he walks her down the aisle to him in perfection, or do men have in their mind he was walking her down the aisles with a thong on and some tight jeans?
I just walked mine down, and that wasn't in my mind.
Right. So that's what you would have to almost be saying
Perfection.
if the right imagery or the wrong imagery is in mindset.
My mother
you got
said
back
she
there,
ain't
bro?
seen me smile so long, it's ridiculous.
That's ironic. 206 bones in the human body. The rib is the only one that regenerates.
Come on.
Just grow right back.
Proper removal. It's the only bone in the human body that replaces itself.
You said something like that, bro. So we gotta understand it. So, but you can't take 7 of them at one time, can you? It's gonna be a growth problem. So, but that's very good understanding right there about the rib flow, y'all. So what we're trying to get understood here is all of this operation was taking place on a perfect individual. No fault. So everything about him was perfect.
Yes, sir.
And I'm talking about without fault, without sin. So he didn't take a bad bone from his body and say this is going to cause you trouble down the line. No, that woman and that man was what we call perfect.
Thank you.
And it only needs 1 and 1. Let's give it some more. Genesis chapter 2. Where you at? Just read down to the end of that. We're in Genesis chapter 2, verse 22. 23.
23 now.
Uh-huh.
And Adam said, This is now bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man.
That's right.
Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother.
What was Adam's father and mother? So this is a commandment here. What was his mother and his father? We got some out there now talking about it's a book somewhere that tells who Adam and Eve, mother and father was. Well, we still gonna do that means he's got a grandfather then. Adam got a grandfather. Then that means he got a great grandfather. And then we're gonna keep on going till we get to endless genealogy.
It's got to stop.
It's got to stop somewhere. But yet these people can point out everything in the Bible that has a problem, but yet they won't point out no chapter and verse that says Adam had a father and a great-grandfather and a physical mother, unless their imagery is they wanted to be born like how we were made. And we know some of how some of us were made and how some of the children we made were made. Some of us made at the drive-in, in the back seat.
Some of us was made in sin.
Yes, sir.
Me and Mrs. Jones.
Right. So we have to understand the imagery. What the Most High is putting out here is He's putting out something that takes our mind to a dark place, and then you start to accept that dark living. No. Those songs were created to give you a comfort zone, but you know what it means. What you got, brother?
I don't talk to the sisters. I'm not trying to sound like a male chauvinist, but in 23, this is bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. She should go to her because she was taken out of man.
Right.
And you know, ever notice husband, wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, when they walking, they hugging and they walking. Sometimes she will fall behind. Or married people, when you in the bed, all that room, she gonna be
Right above.
at that rib. She going back
On your
where she
side.
come from.
Right, on your side. Because He didn't take it from your spine.
Right.
So He didn't take it from the back. He didn't take it for the tailbone.
Right.
For you to always want to put your foot up over her ear. He didn't take it from your tailbone. He took it exactly from the position where He needed it from. You know, the side, to walk side by side, not behind you. Because when you get back down, He said, now this is bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. That's come back to me, but in this form. So when you understand that imagery of the perfect imagery, what He had for man and woman, then the other imagery that pops into your mind is only what you've been hearing and seeing on TV every day. And all it's called is they put an image up there of fornication, whether it be spiritual or physical, and that's the image you start to try to explain from the Bible. You're trying to convince men that this is what was happening in the garden. Why do you think they said they was naked? And it wasn't ashamed. They was naked and wasn't ashamed, wasn't it? And you start to think, do you really, really, in your mind, you think that that's what the deal was? That was a nudist colony he set up. Well, like we say, the Bible interprets itself, and it'll tell you how men are made naked. You know, and when your spiritual clothing has been snatched off, your soul is naked at that point. You can't put on no Gucci jeans and some of them other high dollar jackets and think that's gonna put the covering back on you and you're not gonna be naked anymore.
What if somebody come rob you and take it?
Boy, come on. But the soul is what's gonna be judged, and that's what's called naked. When somebody say, man, I snatched the drawers off of, you know, you be thinking first, did I actually just grab while I caught him and just pull them out and pull these drawers off? No, or did you catch him in a bad situation surrounding that activity and the light was popped on and you caught him like that and shame was on you? So that's the difference is what it's talking about, y'all. But I want to get that imagery. Go ahead. Which stands that?
We have to think about it too. If we say we snatched the drawers off of them,
right,
and you literally didn't snatch the drawers off of them, what are you doing?
Right. What are you doing? Right.
You lying.
Right. Or you saying I snatched that pair of clothing off that was causing him some problems.
You making up
so
stuff.
You could see.
You making up things.
Right. Y'all forbid if you snatch a thong off of them with pearls and diamonds on it.
Uh-oh. That's gonna bleed.
Yeah. So y'all, we gonna hold there. I just wanted to establish the mindset and the imagery of what we're speaking of, y'all. So next thing I want to do, I want to get into some 2 Corinthians, the 4th chapter. And you always see after Paul's conversion on the road to Damascus, his mind was fully in the conscience. It never was on how to harm with the flesh anymore. It was never on how to uplift you through your flesh anymore. It was always spiritual consciousness had to uplift you first. Because flesh means I'm going to have to always be around to help you. With this right here on point, it helps you itself. Because these are the two witnesses. What's going up on her shows on your flesh.
Yes, sir.
That's what it shows you up here, and then you know why these color stains in my short. I know where that's coming from up here. I know what I did to make drips of yellow in my shorts. The doctor didn't have to tell me. He's just telling you afterward. All he's doing is confirming. He's just asking you to tell the truth. 2 Corinthians chapter 4. Let's get it.
2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 1. Therefore, seeing we have this ministry, if we have received mercy, we faint not.
We do what?
We faint not.
See, y'all, this ain't, look, sometimes the mind gets weary. Y'all, the mind will get weary more than the flesh. Y'all have to understand this is what the Sabbath was about, more so for the consciousness to rest. Look, your computer will shut down. It will go into hibernation on you. It's not the physical parts of it, it's the memory, it's the RAM is overloaded. It needs to rest and it'll reboot itself while it's going. Look, if you working on a car for some of y'all who may have been shade tree mechanics or whatever you may be working on and you just can't get it, you can't figure it out until you go take a nap and rest and sleep on it. All the decisions you made, you say, let me do what on it? Let me sleep on it. You have to let the mental be recharged to where it's working at 100% capacity again. Because if you leave it to the flesh just gonna do what it wants to do. It's on full instinct then. It's just like a dog. Ain't no such thing as a homosexual dog. A dog ain't knowing the difference that the dog rides on instinct. You think he think a fire hydrant is a female? You think he think your leg is a female dog? And he putting them rapid licks on you. You know better than that. That's instinct. But if a man mental go to animal behavior and it's just instinct, he just walk up behind a woman standing in a line and just get too close for her. Shabbat shalom. It's more, look, it ain't 2 feet. I don't care where you standing in line, it needs to be 2 feet between you and the next individual. If you can feel a zipper on the back of your back pocket, it's a problem. You better turn around and say, hey, you better. Look, you know what it is. Hold up, swole up. You better back up.
That's right. That's right.
Let's read some more. Slow, brother. Let's get it.
Verse 2.
2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 2.
But have renounced the hidden things of dishonesty.
What have we done?
Renounce the hidden things of dishonesty.
Renounce the hidden things of dishonesty. Dishonesty. And every man and woman know what that is. You don't have to point out nobody false to them all the time. If you have to do that, all they're going to do is repent because they got caught. They'll never repent because I understand or heard it's wrong what I did. Ain't nobody got, if somebody got to tell you all the time, that's a problem. If you have to have a counsel about it all the time and then you start using them smooth soliloquies, well, I'm still a growth, I'm a work in progress.
Well, yeah, that progress ain't working too well.
That progress ain't gonna
Ain't
work.
progressing at all.
It's certain ones that you ain't gonna get no second chance to do it again. That may be your last chance. Now you're gonna be working your progress from behind bars.
Progressing slow.
Slow. Let's read some more. What it say?
Not walking in craftiness, nor handling the word of Yahweh deceitfully, but by manifestation of the truth, commending ourselves to every man's conscience in the sight of Yahweh.
Commending ourselves to every man conscience in the sight of Yahweh. You have to present yourself as a living sacrifice that where if somebody else saw you, they would speak to the Most High on your behalf about your behavior from your consciousness. So if they see you doing something else, that's your behavior. It comes from up here. So what do you want them to be telling the Most High about you when they see you? Lord, here this devil come. Look at that horn coming out of his head right now. I can see it from here. Oh, you don't want that. Or do you say, come on, a keeper of the word of the Most High. A man that's, has forgiveness daily of his own wretched soul before he come in there. Do you see that coming? How do every woman you get is a wicked woman? What ain't you seeing when they walking towards you? Or have they showed you another part before you seen their face?
Invoke that lust. Now you can't see.
Man, you can't see. You've been blind.
Right.
Let's read some more.
Verse 3.
What it say?
But if our gospel be hid,
Right?
it is hid to them that are lost.
See, this is not hard. If you're lost about what we're saying, it's saying it's only hid to you because of your imagery of the Most High. When you hear people saying the Lord made me this way, so he made you a sinner. He formed you as a sinner. Then that's you got the wrong image of the Most High, and ain't no need you worshiping him. If he messed up at the beginning, how is he gonna fix you at the end?
He's doing something.
You should be
How do you trust in? You didn't get me right in the womb, but you gonna get me right outside the womb with all this trouble going on every street corner. See, so we have to get in our mindset, his thoughts are not our thoughts. Our ways are not his ways are higher. So when you go for a higher way of the Most High, you have to think on a conscious level, would he be participating in this and then punish you for doing it? Go ahead, bro.
Verse 27 in Genesis 1:27. This is where a lot of homosexual people, they use this scripture right here. They try to use this here. So he created man in his own image, and the image of God created he, him, male and female,
Right.
created he, them.
Right.
They try to use this to say, well, that was already in you.
He, them, it was already in you. But see, like I said, only if you stop there. Only if you stop there. But the problem is, they're skipping the part of the separation.
There you go.
See, because look, if you don't understand chapter 2 of Genesis explains chapter 1. If not, then you got another group of people out here. If you look at Genesis 2 as Adam being formed, so you got a whole another group of people out here. Now, if that's how you believe, then you need to very beginning, they have to have men, or you have to get them on the Ark of the Covenant. I mean, on the Ark, Noah's Ark, coming across the water. That's the only other place you can put them. And you're going to struggle hard, and if you can't put them on there, then they were wiped out in the flood. So that behavior was wiped out in the flood. Because we see when you get back on the Ark, their argument ain't making man, he didn't create another man out of the rib. It wasn't Adam and Steve.
Right.
It was Adam and Eve. See, so that kills that argument at the beginning.
There was that wicked spirit that came out.
See, that's that imagery that their mind has reduced so far back into that they think this what he really meant when he created man. You know, no, he would have called him man. But he didn't. Go ahead.
The Hollywood movie, the movie they made about Noah.
Yeah.
He said he didn't want, they just had the sons on the boat. You know, they had no wives, just him and his wife on the boat.
Right.
They had no sons, so I guess they tried to run themselves too. But we already know that wives came on the boat.
See, and that's what we're saying. You have to be careful of Hollywood because they're going to pump another doctrine. They're going to take the initial story from the Bible, but then they'll change up the writing. Look, and they never really changed the writing. They changed the imagery. See, the commands were still going good for Ham, Shem, and Japheth, however that went. But what they did is change your view of not seeing 8, but you see 4.
Right.
See, they can change that imagery, but that's what you want to see.
Just like all the animals went on there 2 by 2.
2 by 2, they tell you that. They sing songs about it. They went on there too. Well, the script tells us it was 2 of the unclean by pairs. So it was 2 male pigs, 2 female pigs, but of the clean, it was by 7s. So there was 7 sheep, male and female. 7 goats, male and female. So he's always provided for us more than was needed. Why do we go back to the less of the unclean and wipe the earth out of that keeps the clean clean? So now the clean is defiled.
Keep you in your flesh.
To satisfy the
Keep
flesh.
you in your flesh.
And then we start making that image of that the image of what God wants. God would want a plate, a chitlin loaf sitting on your table.
Have you smelt that? Have you ever smelt that?
How about after school, the children, you're convinced is what he was talking about, is everybody get in the pot of ham hock helper.
Ham hock helper, my creator, have mercy.
That sounds like a greasy mess.
Boy, come on. See, and that's the mindset that the imagery have been switched to. And Satan never changed any words. He only switched imagery. He asked Eve, what did the Most High tell you? What's the righteous story? What's the imagery? Not to talk to you, don't even touch you, don't listen to nothing you got to say. And he changed the imagery.
You ain't gonna.
Girl, you know you want to look at all of this.
You
Look
ain't
at this, girl. Girl, look at this.
To show his glory.
And she did. Yeah.
It does look good.
Didn't like the breastplate of her husband, the earth man. She wanted the bling of that supernatural man. And that caught the eye. That set the wrong image. Because now we got an image of philandry. A woman with 2 men in her mind.
She saw him to be a tree to be desired.
A tree to be desired. Now look up desire. A strong craving or wanting. Sexual appetite. So what we're talking about, y'all, once again, is are you too without understanding of what the Most High requires, what the kingdom is going to be like? Because he tells you what it's going to be like. He said, let me put it in your terms where you can understand. It's like if a man went over here and that was like that. You like, I understand that, so the kingdom going to be like that. Oh, that's going to be an ignorant free zone.
Yes, sir.
And people call me ignorant. I probably won't be there then. Well, not if they still call me that. Here come ignorant.
I ask people that a lot. I'm like, check to see if you really want to go to the kingdom.
Right.
A lot of stuff we doing, we so
it's ingrained in us. We think that's gonna be like that always. But how you gonna want to go to a place where they ain't doing the stuff you like to do? We practicing what they doing.
Right. Just want to be in crowd.
Right, that's crazy. Why would you want to go? Like, celebrate the pagan holidays, Sunday worship. They're not gonna be in the kingdom. Like, why you want to go? You know what I'm saying? You really want to go? Right. If you really wanted to go, you would be practicing what's gonna be in the kingdom.
Let's get it. Verse 4.
Verse 4. In whom the God of this world hath blinded the minds of them which believe not.
See how he blinds your mind of them who believe not. If they convince you that no other king came on planet Earth, and they point you to Solomon and Hezekiah, what about King Adam? Solomon named the animals, or was he shown what a peacock was? Did Solomon name the tiger, or he was shown what a tiger was? Adam named that. And it said dirt was Adam's mom.
Thank you.
That's what it says. It said, but he was formed, his soul was formed in the image of the Father and the Son. Because we see in Genesis 1:1, 1 and 2, that there was a great light there before the sun and the moon was created on the fourth day. So we got 3 days of supernatural light going on, and that's the image that he was created in, and it said it was good. Didn't say it was bad. So why does everybody keep running back to this thing talking about, well, Adam, yes, Adam them originally had a perfected diet that they would eat. But because they sinned, that diet don't work on sin flesh. And what I'm talking about, it cannot rejuvenate it back to immortality.
You can't eat no angelic food right now.
It'll stretch it out longer. It won't look as bad. People will say, you kidding, you ain't 70. Hell, I thought you was a teenager. That's what it'll do. But all of them insides is still what it say on that birth certificate. 1947. Them parts on the inside are 1947.
Stamped. You can't
All you have to do, like I said, when these parts get old, it's just like old pipes in your house. You can clean them out and keep them running good, but there's some bacteria in there, and you will tell if they come out of the back, about 10 pounds light. You like, somebody put up some homicide tape, somebody dead in there. You know then. You like, it smelled like this when I was 8, 9, and 10 years old.
You got green juice and all.
Yeah, boy, come on. Let's finish this up, y'all. We're going to get sped up. Let's get this sped up, y'all. We already at 2:30. Go ahead, bro. You have verse 5.
No, I got to finish 4.
Okay.
Lest the light of the glorious gospel of Christ, who is the image of Yahweh, should shine unto them.
See, and if you're not looking at Messiah as pure like that in the image of the Father, without stain, without fault, if you look at him like Joseph is his natural father, you are not looking at him in the image of his father, because you are looking at him in the image of a fallen father, so to speak, only in flesh only. He cannot correct. How you going to correct the problem with the problem that's in error? You don't put new wine on old garments on new wine, do you? Because it's just gonna bust the old garment right back open. So you have to put some back on. We have to fix the problem area. And the problem area is this flesh. It must return to immortality. There's nothing you can do. You can eat perfect, like I say, it will extend this, and you know what we'll be saying? She sure had a good life. Look good in that. How will you say she was 110? But guess what? They are still off. Dead.
When it's all said and done, all flesh gonna die.
Unless it turns back to
All
immortality.
flesh gonna die.
And the only way that's going to happen is at the second coming. And you hope the immortality of your flesh don't be to get over there with the goats. Because your soul is going to be still brand new. It's just going to feel like what it means for the soul to be tormented. Like when you have a bad dream and wake up out of a bad dream. That's soul tormentation. You don't want to talk to nobody about it because they'll be asking, what the hell is you dreaming that for? Who was chasing you with a pistol? What? And you running with one shoe on and a sandal. What the hell
shoe and a sandal?
You in two dispensations. You at Mount Sinai and the Syrian builder. What the hell is happening? What you dreaming about? Let's read some more.
Verse 5.
What it say?
For we preach not ourselves, but Christ
Who
Yahushua.
we preach?
But Christ Yahushua.
See, this ain't no big eyes and little U's. We don't preach ourselves. We preach Messiah. You never hear us say we, I, mine. We preach Messiah.
That's right.
Let's read some more.
And ourselves your servants for Yahushua's sake. For Yahweh, who commanded the light to shine out of darkness, has shined in our hearts, to give the light of the knowledge of the glory of Yahweh in the face of Jesus Christ.
So we understand 1 Corinthians, and when we look at the order, it says the Father is the head of Christ. Christ is the glory of the Father. And the man is the glory of the Messiah. And the woman is the glory of the man. If Christ is in the glory of his Father, that means he represents his Father in every aspect. What we're looking for is the chapter and verse say it looks like us, fallen flesh. Y'all going shalom, brother?
Shalom, brother.
All right, be careful out there watching jack on us. You know, so what we're talking about is how do you switch the order? It said, and they admit, all he asked, he said, y'all tell me what fault I've done. Tell me what sin I committed. And they say, well, hey, you call yourself God. He said, well, y'all call Moses that. Psalm 82, y'all said, David said that ye are God. So what? Next question. That's what y'all stoning me for? But we can't stone you for the miracles, cause that's something else we ain't never seen. No, you're seeing trick miracles. 3-card Monty miracles. Let's read some more. Let's finish this out, y'all. So I'm gonna speed.
Verse 7.
Yeah.
But we have this treasure in earthen vessels, that the excellency of the power may be of Yahweh and not of us.
See, so to get that power in this earthly treasure, you got to start thinking clean cut. You have to start thinking without fault. You have to start thinking like the image you're going to be around, that's what it requires for you to be around it. And it says if you fall, get up, dust yourself off and say, give me one more chance. Just give me one more chance at this. But you got to mean it.
Right,
Can't be asking because you got caught.
right.
Because what you're going to do is start off, well, technically, Lord, you said in Leviticus 25, technically, Lord. No, you play that with flesh people. Let's read some more.
Verse 8. We are troubled on every side, yet not distressed.
Right?
We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Always bearing about in the body the denying of the Elohim. The dying, always bearing about in the body the dying of the Elohim Yahushua, that the life also of Jesus might be manifest in our body.
So we talk about the sacrifice he made, Isaiah 53rd chapter. You know, on the cross at the 9th hour, that sacrifice, we talk about that, but what we did speak of is the resurrection, not the reincarnation of that light that showed us what y'all just seen me do, y'all gonna do the same thing. Just hope it's on the good side. Let me do one better for y'all. Lazarus, come out of there. Come out of there. Same clothes that they gave him to dress Lazarus in when they put him to death. You just had to take the funeral clothes to the funeral home. Same clothes he came out of. He didn't come out reincarnated as a baby. No, that wasn't Finster that come out of there. Let's read some more.
Verse 11. For we which live are always delivered unto death for Yahushua's sake, that the life also of Yahushua might be made manifest in our mortal flesh.
In our what kind of flesh?
In our mortal flesh.
Y'all see, that's the walk. We have to make that manifest in our mortal, but we're dying there. You still have to make it mortify in there that it looks supernatural even though it's part of that diet. It still must look supernatural to the world around you that they want some of it, that they're confident, like the thief on the cross. He didn't ask to be let down. He asked, will you remember me? He said, this day you're going to be in paradise. Did the soldier stop and say, bring him down, let him loose? No, he understood that this flesh is dying because of what I was doing on earth. I was robbing people. But if you just spared the soul of me that didn't want to rob people, you know, and I got hooked up with the wrong, but can you do that at this hour? He said, you believe that in your heart at this hour because you've accepted death to live again. The other boy was mocking. Hell, he can't get himself from up out there. What he gonna do for us? He wasn't prophesied to get himself off of that.
Right.
So his imagery is somewhere else. Boy told me the other day, say Benjamin Carter, that's how he got all of them. He said the Messiah wasn't who he was because he let them kill him on the cross. He let them take him out. He should have stopped that. So they're convinced that prophecy should have stopped Isaiah 53 because this Negro saying he didn't tell the Romans, he didn't pull out a nail up, ping, and a nail fly and stick a Roman soldier in the eye. Take another line, that one fly over and stick one in the throat. Then he kick his feet loose and jump down. And then pull across and forward at. That's what they expect him to have done. So you say, yeah, he was a Messiah.
That sounds like a movie.
But he wasn't the Son of God because he did. Well, what scripture do you read? And then he ended up calling himself that same Messiah.
He didn't pull himself up.
Right. Didn't pull himself up, did he? When he knew he was coughing and hacking up stuff that he couldn't let nobody else see, when he started coughing in a napkin, you know it's trouble. You don't want nobody to see what's in the napkin. You know this is the inside coming up. I'm defiled now. What's coming out of me?
Dang, Howard Shaw said, don't get it twisted. No man take my life. I
lay my life down. It's a total difference.
Y'all ain't just taking my life.
He told Pilate, he said, you don't have power to do what you talk about unless my Father give it to you. And I understand what power we put in your hands. That's why Pilate backed up and said, I wash my hands. I find no fault in this man. But we got another Negro out here finna get sentenced very soon in a couple weeks talking about the Messiah was indicted. Like he claims he's the Holy Spirit. He'd have been indicted for tax fraud. The Most High Messiah ain't never been indicted. There was not a grand jury that said, we find you guilty, blasphemy of this. No grand jury indicted him. This Negro was indicted and pled guilty.
Pled guilty.
And you gonna compare yourself? This is what we're talking about. The imagery that he has for the Messiah. He looking at himself and like it's about the same.
Okay.
He went through the same thing.
You got me.
Yeah. Now, what else we need to see is him going to get some lawyers to beg on his account. Where you seen that in the scripture? No, they begged the body from Pilate. Give us the body.
Right.
So we can put him in the tomb so the rest of the prophecy can go forward. Let's read some more, y'all. Let's finish this out so we can get to these next scripts. I want to get right into them. Go ahead.
Verse 12. So then death worketh in us, but life in you.
Yes, sir.
We having the same spirit of faith.
What we have the same what?
The same spirit of faith.
Not the same flesh of faith.
The same spirit of faith.
See, the same flesh of faith want to be dressed just alike. Want to act just alike. Want to march just alike. He said, no, y'all individual. As the body has many members, so does mankind, so to speak. Everything, the spirit has many members, but they all work together. 1 Corinthians 12 breaks it down. If all were the hearing, where would be the singing? If all the marching out front with fancy robes on, who man in the temple?
The robbers.
Yeah. Let's get it.
We have the same spirit of faith, according as it is written, I believed, and therefore have I spoken. We also believe, and therefore speak. knowing that he which raised up the Lord Jesus shall raise up us also by Jesus, and shall present us with you.
So this is a non-messianic nightmare right here. If you don't believe in him, how you gonna be raised up by him? How you gonna curse him and then expect to be raised up by him and say, this is the only way raising up gonna start? Your belief has to be in that faith. The image who was there with the Father when he said, let us make man. Let's read some more.
Verse 15, for all things are for your sakes, that the abundant grace might through the thanksgiving of many redound to the glory of Yahweh, for which cause we faint not, but through our outward man perish. Though our outward man perish.
You see what it keeps talking about? Spiritual consciousness never get tired. Your consciousness shouldn't get tired, because if your mental get tired, then the computer breaks down. You ever see when they put something in the, like the robot, they always stick something in the motherboard, and then the arms clap, and it's like this. Until they charge the consciousness back up, then it wakes up. So in like sense, it's saying, long as this is strong, we understand this gonna get to this point. You want the people say, look like he just laying there asleep with a half smile on his face. But if you laying up in there like this, there's something going on. Something scared you to death in your sleep. Trouble. Let's read some more.
For which cause we faint not, but though our outward man perish, yet the inward man is renewed day by day.
What is the inward man?
Renewed day by day.
See, you build it inside out.
That's right.
You're renewing that birth certificate. That's why it's called born again. It ain't never said the flesh was born again. That's when he told me, you think you can go back in your mother's womb? And Barry Bonds' mother probably got on the next train smoking if that's the case. Because his head big as a 40-inch TV. So how you gonna go back up into his mother's womb? Let's read some more, y'all. Some of this is common sense, y'all. Let's read some more. Where we at?
Verse 17. For our light affliction, which is but for a moment, worketh for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory.
See, this affliction, y'all, this is just for a moment, y'all. Y'all think about me and Adam lived to 930. Methuselah 969. Y'all, we talk about 70 like it's really something. 10 is around the corner.
Right.
If that's the case, Most High let me live to March. I got 70 left before 10. That's short work. That's right now your grandchild, when he get to the 5th grade, I'm at that work. How long do that take? But a drop in the bucket, don't it?
That's 15 something you got?
Less than that, bro. Let's read some more.
Verse 18.
What's that?
While we look not at the things which are seen, but the things which are not seen. For the things which are seen are temporal.
What are those things?
Temporal. But the things which are not seen are eternal.
See, the things that are not seen are eternal, because hope is not the evidence of things that's already seen. Right. You know, because you can't see yourself in the kingdom in this outer flesh. And that's what we want to see, our own mindset in this same flesh, the same thing we do here on this earth. You want to create a kingdom of what we call compound living. And you think the men walking around in there just waving that Joffy Jofa swip like that. This is kingdom work.
You fanning flies.
You fanning flies, right, bro. Ain't no flies in the kingdom. Let's get some more. So y'all, we got a good understanding of what we were talking about in chamber. So I want to get right to the point to clear up this mental fornication that a lot have concerning the Messiah. Because if he meant that mentally, he sure would have showed it spiritually. That would have been their charge against him. Not saying that he was God. Their charge would have been he dilly-dallies with whores regularly. Got 5 of them now, rubbing on his shoulders while we talking.
So, then,
Go ahead, sis.
so in essence, the gist of it is, why prepare for the flesh? Why not prepare for the spirit?
That's what he's talking about. That's the ultimate killer there.
Preparing for the kingdom is so much different than preparing for the lust of the flesh or the pride of life or the lust of eyes. It's not, so you're saying it's not what we're seeing with our eyes, but what we're aiming at our aim should be is that which is eternal.
Which is what you see in your dreams, a supernatural individual. The problem is you don't have what's called, you don't wake up with what's called eternal marriage, so to speak. You wake up with nightmares because you're looking at your internal soul is a damnation, and nobody gonna understand the dream I had. To be tormented like Pharaoh was and then the dream leave you. But what haven't left you is the torment part of the dream. I can't remember what it was, but it is torment my consciousness so bad that I can't sleep at night. I'm sitting up in a chair trying to prevent myself from going to sleep. What they saying, bro?
Sister wanted somebody to elaborate on that spiritual holy tithing sign.
Well, we'll get to that. Look, it's a quick hitter video out there. She can get on that. It's a quick hitter video. We got quick hitter videos out there for Saved by Grace, Romans 11. All of these things. There's some what's called quick hitter boards. It's a quick hitter on tithe. Go check that out. If you need more, then tell her to ask the question again. But those boards are put out there for quick work. But we'll add that to the list just a bit on the second one if we have time as we moving through this one. Where we at on this script? We good on that?
Yeah, that's it.
Matthew 25:1. And y'all, in this is what we're talking about. We're going to deal with chambers and imagery. Did I say something else, sir?
No.
Okay. Well, let me just tell y'all, too, what Adam and Eve felt in the garden and why the image. A lie is a distorted image, Jamie.
Yes, sir.
You know, that's what they call, if they say an alibi. When they come, they ask, who seen you or what image can we see that you were not at this murder scene? Well, he's got plenty, and when they call it a rock-tight alibi. Like they may say, well, he couldn't be in 2 places at once. If he's locked up right now and you're saying he's committing a murder, first we have to get past the point of how he got out of jail to do this. Somebody slipping on the job. Or that wasn't him. So that's where we want to be at, y'all, with that understanding. So with the mind of Messiah talking about what the kingdom of heaven is going to be like. Y'all, the kingdom of heaven is not going to be like Demona. It's not going to be like Jim Jones where he was. It's not going to be Waco, Texas. It's not going to be Greyhawk. It's not going to be Pastor Dow. It's not going to be none of what these Negroes setting up and calling this the kingdom of the Most High. None of it, because the imagery they have in it, we see what the imagery is. First, we need to see that imagery somewhere, the Messiah or the Father's behavior with that imagery that you got. You didn't get that imagery from the Most High. You're promoting lies. You eating fruit from a different tree. Just a little bit of what I'm talking about. Give me some Hosea 10 and 11. Really quickly, we're going to see what type of fruit that we're talking about that was eaten in the garden. So we get some clear understanding. So to give you a 10, 12 through 14. And we'll see 12 and 13. Hosea chapter 10, verse 12 and 13. And we'll see what was plowed, because Adam was told to till the ground and plow it. Y'all, we can till the ground in righteousness, or we can till it in unrighteousness and give people a different image of what the Almighty is putting down and what he wants in his kingdom. And now one of them kingdoms ever work. They 0 for 10. And that's just the ones I've been counting. I don't know which ones they had before I was born, how many more. But I know 10 of them at least around here, ain't now one of them work. Not now one of them. Here David Koresh got on glass and talking about he can unlock the 7th seal in Revelation 5 and next. Yes, and I'll be the one that unlock.
Can't unlike that sight.
You couldn't unlock the door if these wasn't this. You be feeling like the blind man.
No.
And you got Benjamin Carter over there at the second Million Man March introduced Farrakhan as His Excellency. To who? And he talking about the Quran. And said Christ wasn't who it was 2,000 years. That was Elijah Muhammad. And they clapping wild. And you call him, you're actually, you the light of the world, and you introducing a philosopher. And you saying that's the kingdom, huh?
Repent.
And they ain't gonna mention the Most High couldn't get off the cross, so that don't make it. Boy, y'all see how you believe lies and you start telling lies. What that Hosea say? 10, give me 12 and 13 of that Hosea chapter 10. What it say?
Hosea 10, 12. So to yourselves in righteousness.
Do what to yourselves? Hold on, let everybody get caught up. Hosea chapter 10, verse 12.
Get your inside, boy. I'm gonna get outside, boy.
I got it.
Go ahead, brother.
Hosea chapter 10, verse 12.
What it say?
Sow to yourselves in righteousness, reap in mercy, break up your fallow ground, for it is time to seek Yahuwah, till he come and rain righteousness upon you.
And rain what on you?
Righteousness upon you. He has plowed wickedness.
What have we plowed though?
We have reaped iniquity. We have eaten the fruit of life.
What fruit have we eaten?
The fruit of life. Because you trusted in your way, in the multitude of your mighty men.
See, that's what makes us trust in our way. You think called somebody was mighty in the script? Yes, they was, and they did many good feats. The Maccabees did great feats, but where all of them at?
Dead.
Where they at?
Dead.
Okay, we got the kingdom yet?
No.
Okay, so this is where you trust in, and you start to pattern yourself after a dead man. Yo, we can't do that. We can't champion men. We can't champion David past his championship status that's written about. We can't champion Samson past his championship status. Because all the naysayers have to do is point right to that point right there. There it is, the imagery of the flesh. Got him. Oh, the imagery of the flesh. Got him. We need to see what the imagery of the flesh got Messiah.
But we can ask for that spirit of the courage of our forefathers.
Yes, sir.
Like Elijah.
No doubt about it, but with the mindset, immortality we seek it.
Yes, sir.
You can't put it off like that because the end results of him gonna still be the same thing. End results of Messiah is to live again. That's the mental aspect we have. We got to deal with the true warrior who scraps in the heavens, not on earth.
So it can't be, I want the spirit of Solomon so I can turn up tonight.
No. No. See how quickly he got turned down.
Right.
Let's read. Where we at?
14. Hosea 10 and 14.
That's all we want with your 13. You read 14 if you need it.
Oh, okay.
But all I wanted to show is that they plowed. That's the same what was going on in the garden. He told them to till it, in righteousness. But the first thing they did, they heard a lie and they started tilling in unrighteousness. She told him which was out of order. You don't tell me nothing what another man tell you. Unless you're warning me. Not to convince me. How I'm gonna sit up here and listen to you tell me how this man looking and lusting after you. And then he said my breasts were like cassava melons and all this wagon I'm dragging, you just don't respect it.
Sour melons?
You got the wrong mental working. That's what she fed to Adam. And instead of him saying, hey woman, you didn't come out of me for that.
Right.
You weren't created for that thought process in your mental. Let's read some more. Where we at?
Matthew 25.
Yeah, verse 1.
Matthew 25, verse 1. Then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened unto 10 virgins.
See, now we're going to compare the kingdom of heaven like unto 10 virgins. Now, some that like to have that imagery of wild fornication will have the imagery of the virgins of Solomon. They'll have carnal imagery in their mind that's saying this is what the kingdom will be like. Those type virgins.
Keep trying to be like Solomon.
But see, the problem is the 144,000. That's your problem because they're not what? Defiled, are they? And what kind of virgins are they? They're not never had a woman come up on of anything or any, if you want to take it spiritual, any doctrine these men have never been caught up in. You got 7,000, they never bowed a knee to Baal. These are virgins of the Most High. But if your imagery ain't there, if your imagery is just another virgin, what they like to call, it just means a young woman, a damsel. Don't mean she pure. So that's the imagery you have, and that's what you selling to the children of Israel. And how you think you're going to correct a fault if you keep promoting the fault? Don't put that bad gas in your car. Look, it's another bad car gas station down the road. It won't buck as much. You get 3 lights before it cut off. It's still the same problem, ain't it? Sooner or later, you got to point to the good gas station, ain't it? Sooner or later, you're going to have to go to the non-wicked woman store. Sooner or later, ain't you?
Where is that
How you
store?
keep shopping at this store? When you walk in, there's rear end signs up in the air. On sale over here. There you go. I can get 3 of them for the price of 1 virtuous woman. 3 of them I can get. Let's read some more, y'all.
When she took their lamps and went forth to meet the bridegroom.
Right?
And 5 of them were wise, and 5 were foolish.
So we got 5 wise and 5 foolish. What is the wisdom of a virgin like Adam? That was a wise virgin born, because he was born from virgin earth. Wise. And then you got 5 that were foolish. Gold diggers. Let's read some more.
They that were foolish took their lamps and took no oil with them. Verse 4.
See, they took no oil with them. It's like, it's imagery, y'all. What imagery do you want? It's like walking in the club and you got on stilettos, high heels, you got on a $5,000 outfit, a $10,000 purse, and they got nothing in it but change and 2 broke cigarettes.
But women get in free.
But women get in free.
And you know some
what
man gonna
image
buy you
is
a
you
drink.
promote? Change and 2 broke cigarettes in a $10,000 purse? Because it's ladies' night. Wrong imagery. Right. Let's read some more.
I'm gonna find me a king.
Right. That's with no oil in your lamp. See, you got the lamp, but ain't no oil in it. It's packed with silly women oil. Drained out almost. That's gone. No oil in the lamp.
And if your lamp out, how you gonna see?
There's no light can come to with no oil.
You ain't even seeing what you think you seeing.
Let's read some more.
Verse 4. But the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps.
Right?
Verse 5. While the bridegroom slept, they all slumbered and slept. And at midnight there was a cry made. Behold, the bridegroom cometh. Go ye out to meet him. Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said unto the wise, give us your oil, for our lamps are gone out.
Look, they done wasted all their oil. Look, yeah, Bapholis. Look, all they all used up. Then wore they self out. Too much activity. You the mark on every man's belt. All gone. Let's read some more.
Verse 8. Verse 9. Sorry, verse 9. But the wise answered, saying, not so.
Right?
You should have been ready.
Yeah.
Lest there be not enough for us and you. But go ye rather to them that sell and buy for yourselves.
See, so look, the store's still there. Look how you wait and ain't got nothing left. You ain't got nothing saved up. Look, y'all, we understand about trying to get prepared for this time that's coming upon the earth called the mark of the beast and when they're going to take things. But 3.5 years to store up where? Look, the script say, be ready for a season.
Yes, sir.
The devil attacks for a season.
Yes, sir.
There's 4 seasons. The devil gonna attack at the beginning of winter, December the 21st, and he'll attack you to March. And then he goes away for a little while. Most places set up, they give you a season to get caught up on your payments. It's 3 months, ain't it? Before they come get your car, the mule thieves. Or 3 months before foreclosure happens. You get a season. You should at least, as the script is saying, try to have a season saved up. Just a season, y'all. I know that's a week is hard. But if you can just have 3 months saved up of what you put out that your daily living, minus the expenses, but your daily living. If we could do that, y'all, and we think, boy, that ain't nothing, I got that on record, that ain't the same. Because it has to be ready for that season when the devil comes. He ain't letting loose for 3 months. That's how the adversary plays. He bites and he's terminating on you. You don't get a break. But what it does is building up your inside. It's building up that immortality to take him on, because he's attacking while you sleep, not while you woke. He the one tell you to go in there and tell your supervisor, not today.
He was on my head yesterday.
That happens in your sleep, and then there you go into work with that mindset. I see you've been on that website again. Not today.
Right by your shop.
You just don't know. You done already caused the pink slip virus at work. All of it's linking back to your computer. Everybody that's down linking back to your computer. Told you what sites not to go on. But the devil said, go on it. They ain't gonna know it worked. Just erase it.
Right.
There you go, Googling at work, Big Black. It worked. It's gonna be a problem. Let's read some more, y'all. You can't unring the bell, what I'm saying. Don't let your car, look, it's the conscience. Go ahead, just click OK. Just go ahead, just do it real quick and just see it and get off of it.
See if it'll work.
Too late.
Daniel, they want you in human resources.
Right. A little what? Do what? The whole lump. How you gonna go home and talking about you was on Hot and Heavy BBC? Big Black. Okay. Let's get it. Where we at?
Wait a minute, hold on, say that again.
I ain't saying that. I want your phones to be Google.
I had a little screen.
No, he didn't.
No, they did. This happened in church, and they was pulling up. The phone came on.
Wasn't by accident. Wasn't by accident.
But he was watching porn.
He was watching it. Just came back up with the memory. That's what memory does.
Hit the wrong tab.
It grabs that really quick. All you got to do is mention a portion of the word. It's the last thing you were thinking about. That's the first thing it brings back to your memory.
First they say there's play.
Right.
So for a while it did, because nobody knew it was in the background, then people started gasping. You know, you got to
He back there working feverishly.
Right.
Won't go away. It won't go away.
Won't go away. Well, won't go away. Only thing he can do is just snatch it, plug up.
Yeah, he unplugged and stuff. Sorry, we had a problem with the projector.
Let's get caught up, y'all.
Verse 10.
What it say?
While they went to buy, the bridegroom came, and they were ready with him to the marriage.
To the what?
To the marriage. The door was shut.
See, they went into the marriage, but see, it all depends on imagery. Now, we just read the imagery of Messiah bringing a man to the woman, you know, and he said, now this is bone of my flesh, but either that imagery that you looking at this, either the father was sitting in that bedroom changing, Adam, take your time, and you quit all that hollering.
What?
That would be to have to be the imagery if you're trying to use this To say the Messiah, this is how marriage started out. That way, with that imagery. Like the father was in there watching, giving instructions.
Don't no father want to see that.
No father want to see that. Let's read some more.
Verse 11.
What it say?
Afterward came also the other virgin, saying, Elohim, Elohim, open to us. But he answered and said, Verily I say unto you, I know you not.
Right.
Watch therefore, for you know neither the day nor the hour wherein the Son of Man cometh.
So we see that the imagery, what he wanted us to understand, had nothing to do technically with 10 virgins. It's just saying if you want to be in the kingdom, don't be caught short. How does this then turn into the Messiah having 10 women that's chasing after him? But yet, if this was the case on the spiritual level, it should be somewhere on a physical level for you to have that imagery. Somewhere it should be shown that Martha, Mary, and the other women that were around him, there was some hanky-panky going on. Somewhere in the writings it should be. Other than the Pharisees saying if he knew what type of women there was that was around him, he wouldn't even be talking to them. So apparently there was no physical action. They're saying he just don't know them up here. They think he don't know what their occupation is with them shorts on showing the black part of their rear end. Like he don't know that. If he knew what type of women these were, he knew exactly where they were. He told the woman, that one ain't your husband. The 5 other ones were your husband. Go and sin no more. How did he know she sinned? They say they caught it in the very act. The problem is, what a man at?
Sitting there with a rock.
With a rock in his hand.
That's kind of like what's going on now, relationship go bad.
Well, they should have told us at the same time. What you guys said?
I said it's kind of like how what's going on now when the relationship go bad, the woman is dragging.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. See, didn't have no oil in the lamp when you met him. You know it wasn't no oil, and that was dry. It was squeaking like a pair of old barbarians that ain't, the factory grease is dried up. It's like that whistling noise you get from your fan that blow the heat or air conditioner. You know how it started off? When you went to the store, they would sound like that. Hey, you do. And you bought them anyway. Let's read some more. Where we at?
Verse 14.
What's that?
For the kingdom of heaven is as a man traveling to a far country. He called his own servant to deliver unto them his goods. And unto one he gave 5 talents.
Right.
To another 2.
Right.
To another 1.
Right.
To every man according to his several abilities. And straightway took his journey. Then he that had received the 5 talents went and traded with the same and made them other 5 talents.
See, so now there's oil in the lamp because we're producing more oil. So this is another parable of the example of the kingdom of heaven. If that one didn't get for you, because that may have been dealing with married people, I'm going to deal with you with one that's dealing with common day every life, whether you're married or not. Let's deal with this one. We're going to put some money out there and we're going to see if we get some residual. If we get an increase, because everything has to be increased. If you keep this word to yourself, you're doing a bad service.
That's right.
Because you were commissioned to spread. Right. Give that gift to somebody else. How you going to hang on to the gift? See, and then you'll have people hollering heads get big and they claim they only have the knowledge. Start telling tales of angels visiting at 3 in the morning for weeks in a row. But yet you got a revised book. And like the angel came back, oh, my bad, dog. I meant to come back yesterday, but you were busy. You know, I saw that, so I didn't want to mess with you. Just come back on our regular schedule. I meant to tell you that verse I told you. That ain't really what he said, man. I was kind of tripping, you know, on my way back down here, you know, but I wanted to just rap with you. And I told you wrong, so you're going to have to revise your book. Yeah, right.
Somebody said that to you before or something?
Anybody that has said they've been talking to supernatural and write a book and then revise the book is what I'm talking about. No all. How you gonna get a message from on high and you have to revise it? Wait a minute, I misunderstood what he was saying. I was half asleep what he said to me. No, you got some problems going on. That wasn't the Messiah that was talking to you. You Hosea 10:12 12 and 13. You plowing the fruits of wickedness. You plowing the fruit of lies. Ain't no angel came down here and told you that, and you ain't wrote that down, hour, day, and time, like the script say. It say, mark it when you get a visitation. So it'll be a witness against yourself. But if ain't nobody asking, all they doing is buying books, you got no oil in your lamp. You buying bread that don't satisfy. There's no oil in your lamp. You ever buy a meal that it don't just taste good and finally you do this? Push it to the side, guess what? By the time you get home, you still what? Hungry. You didn't eat that. You just talking about what you ordered that you thought was good, the imagery you had. Since when a steak with blood coming out of it got your attention? Unless it's just the folks around you, you want to be like them, blood in your teeth.
Be not like the heathen.
You didn't like blood on your teeth when you had gingivitis. How you gonna be doing that with me? Let's read some more, y'all. Let's get finished with this, y'all. I got a couple more I gotta get caught up on. Go ahead, bro. Where you at?
Verse 16. No, verse 17. Likewise, he that received two, he also gained other two. But he that received one went and digged in the earth and hid Elohim's money.
Right.
After a long time, the Lord came back. The Lord of those servants cometh and reckoned with him. And so he that had received 5 talents came and brought other 5 talents, saying, Elohim, thou deliverest unto me 5 talents. Behold, I have gained besides them 5 talents more.
Oh,
I doubled it up.
double up.
And Yah said unto him, well done, thou good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things. I will make thee ruler over many things. Even thou into the joy of Elohim.
Enter thou into the joy. You done brought more people into this fold. You done doubled up what we had the other day. More people to the fold. Go ahead. We're going to just finish after this.
He also, that had received 2 talents, came and said to Elohim, thou deliverest unto me 2 talents. Behold, I have gained 2 other talents.
Still double it up. You doubled up what he gave you. That's all he required. He didn't require you to double up to 5. I didn't give you 5. I gave you 2 to see if you can work what they say. Severally as he will, I give you that. I'm not going to give you the load of this individual and you can't handle that load. How am I going to give you Abraham's load? And you in down Thomas mode. Wow. You won't believe unless you touch his hand. Right. Abraham 99 and been with his wife all this time and they never had a child. And I'm gonna give you his talent. No, your consciousness ain't on that level. You 2 talents. Work with these 2 talents. Let's see what you got. Let's read some more.
All right. And Elohim said to him, well done, good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things, and I made thee ruler over many things. Enter thou into the joy of Yah.
See, and if he don't say that, that's a problem. Enter into the joy of the Lord. Ain't no sadness there. Ain't no wicked women there. Ain't no slothful men there.
Wow.
Let's read some more.
Then he which had received the 1 talent came and said to Elohim, I knew thee that thou art an hard man.
See, look, I know how you get down, Lord. You don't play around. You blowing smoke up the Lord's rear end. How you gonna try to butter him up?
You coming with excuses.
You coming out the gate with excuses. Let's read some more.
Real quick, man. You know, you hear people say there's 2 things I don't talk about: religion and politics.
Absolutely. There they go. Which is involved in this because of the kings of the earth.
Yes, sir. One and the same.
One and the same. What do you mean you ain't gonna get involved with this? You ain't gonna talk about this. How you gonna talk about life then?
Amen.
How you gonna talk about getting your life straight and you gotta go back to this?
Come on now. Yes, sir.
Let's read some more.
Reaping what thou hast not sown, and gathering what thou hast not strawed. And I was afraid, and went and hid thy talent in the earth. Lo, there thou hast that is thine.
Read that again, brother.
I was afraid, and went and hid thy talent in the earth. Lo, there thou hast that is thine.
Right.
See, basically he said, I went and hid it. I can go dig it up for you. I still got got the same one you gave me. I got the very same one you gave me. If you need, it's wrapped up in the net. Here it is, Lord, that same talent. Here it is. I've been saved.
You didn't do no work.
No interest.
You didn't do no work.
Zero interest. You got a savings account. It's called savings account. It ain't called the same thing I put in account. Oh, you can leave that at home, can't you? Let's read some more.
You might as well got robbed.
That's right.
But that's what we are mission. I was just studying that. A lot of people, especially in the Christian faith, they want to just sit around and pray the kingdom comes, but you have to actually work. You have to do it.
You have to use your talent.
You know what I'm saying? When the word comes into the four corners of the earth, this truth, that's when the kingdom will come.
Yeah.
You press that, because in order for us to get this physical salvation to get to the kingdom, you must first have the spiritual. You do that with your mouth. You have to profess the kingdom, then it'll come.
Yeah.
Not just sit around and wait and just chant or whatever, they just.
You gotta work your talent.
Exactly. You gotta work your talent.
You gotta work your talent. My talent ain't your talent.
That's right.
Your talent ain't her talent.
He told us that the kingdom of heaven starts right here.
Right here.
That's right.
If you want to be there, you first got to start with yourself. I mean, it's coming. It's prophesied to come. You can't will it to come. And it come tomorrow. No. All you can do is protect yourself and make sure, like I said, come and enjoy. It's not that you're not going to invite the Most High into your kingdom. He invites you into His. He said, come to joy. How you going to invite Him in there as soon as you open the door, music playing? Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
I know you want me to come to your kingdom, Lord, but you see what I got set up.
Right. Oh, man. That's what people say.
Where you at? What verse you at,
It's
bro?
good.
26.
26.
Elohim answered and said to him, Thou wicked and slothful servant, thou knewest that I reap where I sowed not, and gather where I have not sowed. Thou oughtest therefore to have put my money to the exchanger, and then in my coming I should have received my own with usury.
See, so what the Most High do, then He take from what you had and give it to those who need it. Ain't no need you having it. It don't mean nothing to you. No need for you having it. Take it from you and give it to somebody else who wants to do something with it. It's like, y'all, a lot of times we'll have feast days. You ain't seen somebody, the first thing they come up and they want to get and see where your imagery at or what imagery they're portraying to you is. Man, I told it, and I wore this preacher out the other day. Then I doubled over and told Big Mama preacher, put him in the dust, dog. So you think that that's what we want to hear as soon as you meet us at a feast day. And I'm like, well, did they get built back up? What they had? Also, there was no talent. There was, you didn't gain nothing after you cut them like that. They were not built back up. They ain't here as a testimony of how you turned my life around. And we got a multitude of sins here. So all I'm hearing from you is somebody over in a gutter, slave with this word, and no life in them. So that's what you tell me to make you still think you on point, and you've been doing it. Just say, man, I heard it was a feast day, and I know how y'all get you down. Brother, forgive me, but I'm gonna listen to the class today. That would be better than come in talking about who you cut up and diced up, and ain't nobody with you. You solo. Where you read that at? You cut and dice and ain't nobody uplifted.
Right.
That's not the thing. When Peter cut the ear off, what did the Messiah do?
Put it back.
Put it back home, didn't it? No, there wasn't no one ear high priest walking around. You know, he had to do the prayer, and you had to respond similar. He had to turn like this. We can hold that, y'all. I just wanted to show that because I wanted to show imagery of what the kingdom we just look like. Do you see 10 wild virgins in there in the Messiah heading straight for the chamber? But that's why we gave the understanding of chamber is private room. It may be a bedroom. It's a room for the wedding feast.
A meeting room.
10 virgins are usually all the bridesmaids. Usually they're the one that's gonna catch the bouquet. You ain't got really nobody normally. That's what the bridesmaids used to be. They used to be all virgins. They're waiting to get married. The widows didn't used to be just out there to catch the bouquet. It's based on if there was a young widow or not, or because there's rules for it. You getting in the way of them youngsters trying to scrap, they'll run your knee and never work again.
But let's take a witness to that, Dan. James, the 5th chapter. Let him know that he which converted the sinner from the error of his way.
That's what I'm talking about.
From death. Should have a multitude of sins.
See, you should hide a multitude of sin, what he just read, and what I'm talking about, that's on both sides. Because if I tell you not to do something, you can't see me doing it again. Right. So if I stop that same day that I told you, then it's still a multitude gone on both sides of the fence, because you can't tomorrow see me doing the very thing I told you not to do. Right. Then it hides a multitude of sin, both mine and yours. Now we done doubled up on the money, ain't we? Come on. But if you see me doing something, you giving me that money back, man, I don't want this. You be like Judas Iscariot trying to get the money back to the priest. They're like, man, we don't take blood money, partner. Yeah. That's your money, partner. We don't do that now. That's your money, partner.
Take the money.
Mark 14. Yeah, we're gonna get a second understanding of chamber and what the Most High, because his disciples, it was an image of what it was going to be like at the marriage supper of the Lamb, and what he told the man to produce, to go prepare for y'all. And we have to understand when he's talking about his marriage chamber, and there was a marriage covenant with his disciples. He washed their feet, and told them, you can't get into the kingdom unless I wash your feet. And Peter said, my whole head and my body. He said, I said your feet. See, if y'all understand why he had to tell Peter later on, he said, he said, you got the keys to the kingdom in Matthew 16. The very next breath, he said, get thee behind me, Satan. How did it flip that quick? That's how quick the devil can get in there and change your thought process. He try to get after your all. No all, the motor won't work. No all, the motor won't work. I share my son about make sure he keep the oil and keep checking that oil. Boy, that's your least reasonable service, check the oil. Yes, sir. When I got there, he told me the car stopped. And when I got there, he was putting 3 quarts in there. I'm like, it ain't gonna do no good. It's trying to give a blood transfusion to somebody at the funeral home. It ain't gonna work. You can't pump life back into it. All ain't gonna work now. It needed all before. You just wasted $7, $8, $9, $10. Right.
On top of getting a new car.
Right. Where we at?
Mark 14.
Mark 14. Let's start about 12 through 16. Y'all, we're gonna roll through these, get caught up a bit. Is anybody saying anything out there too loud? No, sir. Okay.
Mark 14, verse 12.
What it say?
In the first day of unleavened bread, when they killed the Passover, his disciples said unto him, where wilt thou that we go and prepare that thou mayest eat the Passover?
So where will we go prepare? How do we get ready? See how the talk is always be ready? Yeah. Look, because it's a prepared place for a prepared people. Yes, if you're not prepared for this, don't expect to be there. If you ain't got a ticket to get in this concert, you ain't getting in. I don't care who you know. No, we ain't going and look for Rufus. Where's your ticket? You're going to be at the kingdom tomorrow, folks get the hookup. Hey, Moses! Let's get it, y'all.
Verse 13.
What it say?
And he sent forth 2 of his disciples and said unto them, go ye into the city, and there ye shall meet a man bearing a pitcher of water. Follow him. And whosoever he shall go in, say ye to the good man of the house. The master said,
The who said?
The master. Where is the guest chamber, where I shall eat the Passover with my disciples?
What kind of chamber is that? It's a guest chamber. That's the chamber that you mostly have people at a wedding. It's a guest chamber.
Like a hall.
When they close the door, nobody else can come in. The 10th verse, when he closed the door, ain't no more bridesmaids coming in. Y'all out of this. No, y'all got locked out of this. When they close the door, you can't come in. You can't just be coming in the wedding going on and you walking down the aisle like this, like you at church and past the bridegroom. Yo, excuse me. The doors are closed. Who in the wedding feast is in the wedding feast. Let's read some more. What it say?
Verse 15. And he will show you a large upper room furnished and prepared. They make ready for us.
There.
They make ready for us.
Read that next verse.
16. And his disciples went forth and came into the city and found as he had said unto them, and they made ready the Passover. 17?
Yeah.
And he came, and in the evening he cometh with the 12.
So he cometh with the 12 to a prepared room. See, it's where your imagery is at. See, if you try to put him in that Matthew 25 about the 10 virgins, immediately if your imagery go to tomfoolery, or you keep reading these scriptures where men went to the bedroom and then they came out and had the wedding feast. I ain't read that yet.
No, sir.
I haven't read that in order nowhere. Not in the beginning and not in the end. You have to make it public knowledge before the activity starts. You can't make it public after the activity starts. It can be this.
It's in the book of Nicodemus.
Right, absolutely. Book of Nicodemus. But what we're talking about, y'all, is it gives you the opportunity before their covenant is sealed, before they go into that other chamber, that secondary chamber, that nobody has anything to say about that. That's why it had to be public, at least 2 witnesses. If it ain't nothing but your mother and her father, they can tell everybody what the business is. But after, if you go in there first and then come out, what you gonna do? I mean, how you gonna fix the fault at that point? It's fault now. He didn't want to marry her now. So y'all, what we're talking about is, how do you see what the kingdom is like with 10 virgins? What image are you seeing? Are you seeing it like Adam and Eve? Or are we going to see it like the very next one? Revelation 19:6. Because there's another ceremony. And y'all, where did he perform his first miracle? At a where? A wedding in Cana in Galilee. In that chamber, where the governor was there, where it talked about important people was there. We just read about a chamber place for God. The governor was there, and he sipped the wine.
Yes, sir.
Look, at the end, they put out all the good wine first for the guests who were there on time. When you show up late, guess what's there? That bottle just say wine, W-I-N-E. It ain't got Moscato on it, it ain't got Mogan David on it, it's just W-I-N-E with a black and white label. That's what come out for the late people. That's the oil for you. Shampoo, yeah. But the governor say, hey, wait a minute. This is top shelf here. I know because I got these on my shelf at the top. And see, top shelf is off limits. Only you know how to get up there and pull that down. Some of us got top shelf liquor when certain individuals come out, but it's just called behind the bedpost liquor. You stick it right behind that bedpost where, hold on, I'll be right back. You go in the room, close the door, and come back out. Yeah. Get your cup. Yeah, hold your own pause. But no, just anybody who will drink anything, or drink Tomcat piss if it had a label on it, bringing out the good stuff for them don't mean none of them. They'll guzzle it like it's water. Ain't no level of good stuff. Where we at? Revelation 19. Some of y'all done put out some of that bad stuff.
Hey, back in the day, Maria did that to some of our partners that came over drinking up our stuff.
Or getting that Tom.
He did that too. They left there sick as a dog.
Yeah, wow.
And yo, it ain't just on that. You can't have yourself or find yourself a blunt monkey. I'm talking about everywhere you think it's some smoke up in the air, there you are. They start, look, that make people plot on you. Y'all have to understand, that's what makes people the imagery, here it is come.
Put your stuff up. Here comes Debo.
Right. Put your stuff up, and then you have to start waiting on what you put out because he don't invite him. If you have to lower it and say, look, hey, man, pull that R&R and that Remy box. He ain't gonna know the difference. Watch, he ain't gonna know the difference. Yeah, that partner got some good stuff here today. You pour it now, he'll suck that down like it's anything else. And Bill,
Then stick the cup back out.
and stick the cup back out. What's the sipping part about?
Give me some more of that.
Hey, man, then you gonna bring out one of the big dope cups. They
Come on. And you know him because you talking noise when you see him coming. Look at this one bird bringing mother. We got 50 people here. You got one bird, and he's sipping out of it. Revelation 19, verse 6.
We're reading in the book of Revelation, chapter 19. We'll start our reading at verse 6. Let's get some understanding, family.
Yes, sir.
And I heard, as it were, the voice of a great multitude, and as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of mighty thunder.
Yes, sir.
Saying, Hallelujah, for the Elohim Most High, omnipotent, reigneth.
Yes.
Let us be glad and rejoice, and give honor to him.
Do what?
Give honor to him. For the marriage of the Lamb is come.
For the what is come?
The marriage of the Lamb is come. And his wife hath made herself ready.
She has made herself ready. That means she got what in her lap?
Oil.
She got oil in her lap. Look, if you keep finding and you keep saying this 10th or 11th, 12th wife I got didn't have no oil in her lap. You getting your wife from the junkyard. You ain't getting it from the dealership. Let's just be clear about it. Yeah, no warranty.
You got her from offer up.
You can't take her back.
You
Get her from what?
offer up. Who want this?
Who want this? Right. Who needs some parts off of this? Go ahead. Where we at?
Verse 8. And to her was granted that she should be arrayed in fine linen, clean and white. For the fine linen is the righteousness of saints.
So we see how they dressed the bride.
And that's the one.
The bride wasn't just thrown in there because she a virgin in your imagery. Go to, I got 5 of them in here.
That's right.
Them 5 better have been their mindset. They got all in their lap.
Thank you, Creator.
These have made themselves ready to be found.
Thank you, Creator.
Not nobody hunting them down and then accuse them of their behavior later.
How many of y'all ready?
And see, when we talking about how they've made themselves in fine linen, give me some of this Ecclesiasticus. Give me 7. Let me make sure. I want 13. Ecclesiastes in the Apocrypha. Sirach. Give me 13 and. Oh, that ain't what I want. Oh, that ain't what I want. I want. Let me make sure. Yes, it's weird. Hold on. No, that ain't what y'all know what I want? Ezra. That's why I can't find it.
Oh, that's why.
Yes, sir. There it is. Ezra chapter.
First and second.
I am gonna know here in just a second. Second Ezra, chapter 7. Okay. While we there, we're gonna move it up. Tell you what, give me second Ezra. We're gonna go chapter 2 first. And let's go 38, because we're talking about this feast. Start at 37, yeah. And that's what we're gonna talk about. We're gonna talk about this same feast we had, because this is what's taken at the feast. And see if y'all heard anything that sounds like they running right back to some bedroom chambers. What the guests gonna be doing while they working? He got 5 of them to be working with.
We'll be back with y'all in a minute.
Right. And then that's gonna be a problem with the women. You back out here, 5 of us inside of 2 minutes? See, that imagery, y'all, is what they're promoting to get you to join the team. You picture yourself with that laying around with no responsibilities. No responsibility. See, the responsibility of them, they got what in their lap? They got all in their lap. They good to go. They ready to go. How you then gonna turn around and say that all, that wasn't really all in there, that was a mistake, that was something, that was artificial.
It was bootleg.
Yeah, bootleg oil. That's some Family Dollar oil. That wasn't all those on.
No, Family Dollar oil still burn. The olive oil still
You
burn.
just don't know exactly, because they ain't got to tell you where it come from. They ain't got to have a name on it. It just say oil. At least if it's got Valvoline or something, somebody can get called to the carpet. But with just oil, that could have been squares out of a Jerry curl. Anything.
You got some saved up Jerry.
Boy, come on. So you got it, Second Ezra.
The book of Second Ezra in the Apocrypha.
Start about verse 37, 36.
6.
Yeah.
Chapter 2 and verse 36.
But y'all don't have the Apocrypha, it's up on the board, y'all. We read out Apocrypha because it matches up with the Bible verbatim, per event, per scripture, 2 saying the same matter. Now, remember, y'all, we said paint the same picture for the same subject matter. So this has to match up with the wedding supper of Messiah, right? That's the subject we on,
what
right?
we're talking about.
Let's read some more. See what it says.
Verse 36. Flee the shadow of this world.
Flee the what?
The shadow of this world.
Yo, we got to turn the shadow of this world loose. That's the flesh. Let's read some more.
Receive the joyfulness of your glory. I testify my Savior openly. Oh, receive the gift that is given you, and be glad, giving thanks unto him that hath called you to the heavenly kingdom.
Where he called you to?
To the heavenly
See, the heavenly kingdom, not these earthly kingdoms over here and there and here and yonder. That fire has been set to.
Thank you, Father.
And you know what was going on in every one of them kingdoms? The wrong imagery. We know what's coming out of it. Ain't no need to keep rehashing. We know what's coming out of the reports. They're telling every day what's going on in them kingdoms, so-called kingdom of Yah. That's like calling down here the kingdom of Yah. And we got them areas up there in the stove. We got this over here and this over here. And we call it y'all, unless y'all come to the kingdom of the serious building where truthfulness, there's a place of worship. Where 2 or more is gathered in there, his spirit may come in here if we telling the truth about these matters. If not, we wasting our time. Let's read some more.
Verse 38.
What it say?
Arise up and stand. Behold the number of those that be sealed in the feast of the Most High.
The number of those be sealed for what?
In the feast of the Most High.
So we know this is the marriage supper.
That's right.
Yo, this is talking about who gonna be able there, who gonna be in the ceremony. Let's read some more.
Verse 39. Which are departed from the shadow of the world, and have received glorious garments of the Most High.
See, glorious garments of the Most High. Look, every time somebody say, I seen Big Mama, she's looking down on me saying, and she's in a better place. Now, how? Right. How is she in a better place concerned about what's going on down here if you hit a triple-double? Right. And then when you see her, is she got on the fabulous clothes, these garments we talking about, or do you remember the funeral clothes? Because that's the only image you're going to get in your mind of a loved one, and you say they're in heaven. The only image coming is the funeral clothes. Because you ain't got a clue what the whiteness is on these garments. It say it's whiter than the snow. And ain't nothing on earth whiter than snow we see right now. I don't care what bleach you go get. Go get a a brand new t-shirt and soak it in bleach and throw it down next to some pure snow that just hit the ground. It's gonna look like it got a pea stain on it. And that's brand new white.
Not no more.
Not no more, yeah, you so right.
And it's Chris Webber's teeth.
What said?
It's my close second to this Chris Webber's teeth. That's white like.
What?
Chris Webber's teeth.
Oh, Chris Webber teeth, yeah. Yeah, them some white teeth. But when you put them up like that, it look like you got tar and nicotine on it compared to snow. People like, he been chewing tobacco. Let's read some more.
Verse 40.
What it say?
Take thy number, O Sion, and shut up those of thine that are clothed in white, which have fulfilled the law of the Most High.
What have they fulfilled?
The law of the Most High.
So if you practicing a doctrine and say the law is done away with, ain't no clothes for you. No clothes for you. You got on the imagery of somebody else's clothes. That's why they're trying to get away with once saved, always saved. Those drawers cannot enter into the kingdom. I don't care how white you got them, the rear end of them still the color of a penny. Can't in with them drawers on. Let's read some more. Where we at?
Verse 41. The number of thy children.
Sister, go ahead.
The number of thy children whom thou longest for is fulfilled. Beseech the power of the Most High, that thy people, which have been called from the beginning, may be hallowed.
Y'all see the double up, those children that you call for, they there. See, that's a double up. That's what you done work for, that your children will be there, that you be there with them. Them some good numbers you want to be there. You don't want to be thinking, you know, they didn't make it. Because you have to accept the fact that they didn't do what was required. How you going to be mad at that? Oh, could have gave up a break. You know my mama was weak to that. No. Don't twist your mind for that imagery. He didn't do that for his own mama. Your mama and your daddy out there, he said, who is my mother? Who is my father? Those keep the word of the Most High. That's my mother and my father. But he did disrespect. He went out there and he subjected himself to, come on, mama. Y'all know the prophecy. I ain't giving been to you. Come on, mama. Nah, don't come here like that. Don't let him do that. You know him about my father's business. He was talking about Joseph was his daddy did. Joseph was still about that. Was that Joseph's business in the temple? No, it wasn't his business because he's a carpenter. He wasn't building a house when they came up on him. Come on, I'm about to put the level on the door frame. Mess my cut up. No, he wasn't saying that. He was in the temple. Let's read some more.
Verse 42.
What it say?
I, Esdras, saw upon the Mount Zion a great people whom I could not number.
Right.
And they all praised the Most High with songs. And in the midst of them, there was a young man of a high stature, taller than all the rest.
Right.
And upon every one of their heads, he set crown.
See, he said crown. You put a crown on your own head, you just crowning yourself.
Yeah.
You become a legend in your own mind.
That's right.
Let's read some more.
And was more exalted, which I marveled at greatly. So I asked the angel.
Who he asked?
The angel. And said, Sir, what are these?
Right.
He answered and said unto me, These be they that have put off the mortal clothing and put on the immortal.
What they put on?
The immortal. And have confessed the name of Yahweh. Now are they crowned and receive palm.
So you get a palm leaf in your hand, a sign of peace is going to follow you from here on out, plus that white garment. But look, it wasn't a question. The imagery was what he just gave him. It was explained to him. It wasn't, what are those? Garments of Pharaoh's rank. The garments of the Pharisees. He asked, what are those? That's what what are those? Those ain't entering to the kingdom. I don't care how fancy you make it. I don't care how you dress. I don't care how you go to Hobby Lobby. It ain't the ones that's in the kingdom. It's not them. So we ask, what are those? if it don't match this. Don't care about what those are, what you got on, who you think you dress like. Your imagery is of this rotten flesh. That's rotten flesh garment you got on. Because it protects or tries to protect that rotten flesh. You have on them armbands so you protect your wrists. A headband to protect your head, but these are immortal clothing. They're supernatural. Can't nothing penetrate them. Not cold nor heat.
Thank you, God.
That's why Abraham, the smell of smoke wasn't on him. Because they put them garments on. We seen 3 and a 5, but now it's 4. And one look at the Son, the image of the Son of Man, wrapped them in that garment. Yes, sir. Fireproof. He walking around in fire like it ain't nothing. Just walking around in fire, just burning. Just looking around. And then the lions then, they can't attack. They can't get through that garment. Biting on this is just like gnawing their teeth down. He and her playing with lions, rubbing their belly down. He got to reduce the puppies. Let's read some more.
Verse 46.
What it say?
Then said I unto the angel, what young person is it that crowneth them, and giveth them palms in their hand? So he answered and said unto me, it is the Son of Yah.
Who is it?
It's the Son of Yah.
Right.
Whom they have confessed in the world. Then began I greatly to commend them that stood so stiffly for the name of the Most High. Then the angel said unto me, go thy way, and tell my people what manner of things, and how great wonders of the Most High thy power thou hast seen.
So I don't care what white you put on, it has to be with righteousness. It cannot be unrighteousness that's passing out crowns. He say, who is this young man that's putting crowns on the head? Back us up a little bit at Revelation 6 and 9. Just so we see the same exact subject matter as the third witness, y'all. And this is just, I was reading this because this is still the chamber of the Lord where everybody is dressed in the right color. And understand this, y'all, not only do the brides wear white, everybody wear white in this one. See, in today's world, it's disrespect if somebody got on white and the bride ain't the only one with white on. You know, is that disrespectful, right?
Yeah.
If somebody, a bridesmaid or something, they got on whiter than the bride, that's going to be a problem, man. No, that's the wrong imagery. That's not this imagery round here that the king speaks of. Give me a little bit of Revelation 6 and 9. What does it say?
Revelation chapter 6, verse 9.
Shabbat shalom, said. What's this, Imam? I forget.
Cinnamon tea.
Cinnamon tea. Tastes like hot chocolate, don't it?
All right, Revelation chapter 6, verse 9.
What it say?
And when he had opened the 5th seal,
right,
I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of God and for the testimony which they had.
So we just seen that second Ezra, they got these crowns because they stood so stiffly for the word. So this is saying the same thing. Those that have gave their life. Keep reading, go ahead.
Verse 10. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, how long, O Lord, holy and true, doest thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth?
Right.
And white robes were given unto every one of them.
What was given unto every one of them?
White robes.
See, if you start patterning, start telling everybody we the truth, and you got on a red, black, green, or yellow robe, who you fooling? That's the wrong all. You got on the wrong colors, especially if it's the garment that's been done with fuller from this nation. Now I'm talking about bleach or Clorox. That white can't compare. Any one of them, have them stand next to snow, and y'all know exactly what I'm saying. If you go out on some fresh snow and the sun is shining, it will blind you if you keep looking at the snow. Let's read some more. Boy, you know, I got glasses on, yeah.
All right, what verse I was at?
Yeah, verse 11.
11. All right, verse 11. And white robes were given unto every one of them, and it was said unto them that they shall rest yet a little season, until their fellow servants also and their brethren that should be killed as they were should be fulfilled.
So there's a fulfillment of another group of Israelites being put to death.
Yeah.
You know, that's being put to death. And to seal their faith, they were given white robes and told, look, go back to sleep, y'all. Y'all good to go. It's solid. Y'all good, but there is another martyrdom that has to happen on planet Earth before the marriage supper. But y'all locked in. Y'all got y'all seats already. Y'all already got y'all tickets. Y'all good. Y'all will be at the marriage supper of the Lamb. Don't even sweat it. So we see it, these are souls under the altar. So, but they're underneath the altar. So we talk about that great gulf and that Paul say went to the third level of heaven and what's called Abraham's bosom, Luke 16 chapter. That's where they're at in Abraham's bosom, resting, chilling. Now, if you keep saying your grandmama a dead uncle or cousin and they still got on them gators and no, he ain't rocking them fast. He ain't the coolest up in here. No, Tupac, Kato ain't gonna keep it popping for you right now. Not with that behavior. Not popping bottles and floozies walking around. If that's what you mean by keep it popping, Kato, you got the wrong image of what's gonna be taking place in the kingdom. Let's read some more. Where we at? You finished that? And also, y'all, and what we're talking about also is when we're talking about pure virgins that got all of their now, we're talking about Revelation 7 chapter, the 144,000, Revelation the 14th chapter, because he breaks them down. These are the ones without fault. No guile. This is the virgin. This is the one with these type of mindset, clear and free of doctrine of this world. And you can easily see the doctrines of this world when somebody starts talking about the imagery of Messiah having 10 women or 5 in the bed chamber and holler, like you just picture the Messiah having a good time. He gonna make up for the 3.5 years, though. He gonna make up for it.
There's lust all in you with that. Right. Lust, covenant, you borderline a whole lot of sin.
Like the Messiah gonna come out, everybody gonna be like this. No, we heard you. We heard how you had a party. Boy, that was good. He said, that wasn't me. That was them. See, that's the image that you will put our Messiah into. That's how you can hang around people that say he don't exist or he was a sinner or he was born of Joseph. That's the mindset that they have of him. So they think that this imagery is going down in this kingdom. There's no thing of the sort nowhere to be found around them parts. Yo, let's get right back to it. Where we at? Let me get some give me some Acts. Yeah, that's one. And y'all, what we were doing is just going over the chambers. So now we've seen the chambers under the soul of the altar that's holding the dead. That's a rest chamber. See, if you trick people's minds to only look at chamber as one situation, the problem still gonna be have the marriages you have in here. Jacob, they were at a feast. They didn't switch Rachel before the feast. No, they had the feast and everybody sipping and drinking. They were twins and they got switched on. They extinguished the lights. The customs of the people of that land. Because he told you, that tells you that marriage is universal. Because he said, I thought it was their customs. He didn't say it wasn't a custom of our father. Marriage is universal. It don't matter if you go over to China and you say we married and you got proof, China recognizes that. It ain't no place on this planet don't recognize that. If you can prove it. Where we at? Acts chapter 1, verse 12 through 15. And we're just talking about another chamber, meeting rooms. It don't just mean that when you're waiting on the Messiah. And see if it sounds like anybody naked waiting up in here.
Somebody just said that was going on or something?
Look here, man. In the latter days, strange doctrine gonna be taking place.
They ought to be ashamed of themselves.
See, if you convince the mindset to only think of this, look, that's what the Muslims do. What they promise, what's the first thing they promise they martyrs? All the goat milk you can drink and what? 70 virgins. 70 virgins. That's what they get your image on. You All their mindset is on, I'm about to give my life for this so I can swivel my hips through eternity. Let's read some more. Where we at?
Acts chapter 1, verse 12. Then returned they unto Jerusalem from the mount called Olivet, which is from Jerusalem a Sabbath day's journey.
Now we just read in Zechariah 14, and also we just read in that second Ezra that the Mount of Olives, Mount Zion, that's what it's called, Mount of Olives. He was taken away from there. It say, why y'all stand up here look gazing? He's coming back to the exact location when the second coming starts. When he busts the heavens open, that's touchdown. It's already recorded. You can't change the recording. You can't put him in a Dimona desert. You cannot put him in the wedding chamber in Dimona. That's Esau's land. There's a nuclear reactor there in that Dimona desert. I don't care what you eat, there's radiation leaking. Let's read some more.
Verse 13.
What it say?
And when they would come in, they went up into an upper room.
Upper room? Go ahead.
Where abode both Peter and James and John and Andrew, Philip and Thomas, Bartholomew and Matthew, James the son of Alphaeus, and Simon Zealot, and Judas the brother of James. These all continue with one accord.
Split accord.
One accord.
Unity of gumbo.
One accord.
Go ahead.
In prayer and supplication with the women and Mary.
With the who? I know it didn't say that.
With the women and Mary, the mother of Jesus, and with his brethren. And in those days, Peter stood up in the midst of the disciples and said, the number of names together were about 120.
So these are 120 of them in the upper room or the chamber that they waiting on, because if you back it up, you'll see that where they were waiting on the Holy Spirit to come. And it's both men and women, ain't it? So if you got the wrong imagery in your mind with his brothers waiting and the Messiah got his mama up in there, where your mind at? You gonna put his mama in the room in that? Boy.
Who can do something with their mama in the room?
Boy.
I can't even cuss with my mama in the room.
Boy, come on, man. Still saying story instead of lying. Y'all heard Levi Raphael, 76 years old, and he said, yes, sir, to his mama. Yes, ma'am. 76 years old. Yes, ma'am. Before she passed on.
Amen.
No, their birth certificates weren't gonna never add up to the same day. We can hold that. I just wanted to get that. Give me some, that was a meeting room. Now give me Isaiah 26. And y'all were just showing the various forms of chamber. And all we're talking about, y'all, is the chamber has to meet what the subject matter is talking about. You can't give me this chamber and then go over here and grab something that talks about unrighteousness and say that's the same chamber to get it in your mind. You're doing the same thing the Muslims doing with them. All the goat milk you can drink at 70 virgins. That's all you promoting to them. And that's all they're responding to. They're not talking about anything else. It's just young man's virility and strength and power that they're talking about. What else you gonna do with them? They ain't making no clothes. They ain't generate income. So who is it benefit that we see this out here? What do I want to see that image for?
That's what's got them amped in. You putting on that dress, boy, hit this button. Boom! They blow themselves up for that.
Boy, come on. That's what I'm saying.
It will make somebody follow you. Ooh, I get it like that? Okay.
Come on.
What I gotta do?
Isaiah chapter 26, y'all, we're going to show another one that what we're talking about is shelter. Go ahead, what does it say? Isaiah 26, y'all, we're just moving through the various understanding. Then I want to hit that, before we get out of here, I want to make sure I hit that Testament of Reuben, 12th chapter, he gonna tell you because the imagery is the senses that Satan loves to attack that's given to you when you're formed. You get the senses to determine what's happening and what image is being presented to you. Everything that's what do they say? You know the term, everything that's gold ain't y'all know something. Y'all know the term. So everything that's glitter ain't gold.
Right. That's right.
You know, some of them could be cubic zirconians. Some of it could be liquor store juice. It looks real, but take it to the pawn shop and see what's happening.
All things are lawful, not all things are expedient.
All things are lawful, but not everything is expedient, y'all. Let's get it. Where we at? Isaiah 26.
Isaiah chapter 26, verse 20. It says, "Come, my people, enter thou into thy chambers, and shut thy doors about thee. Hide thyself as it were for a little moment, until the indignation be overpassed.
Right.
For behold, the Lord cometh out of his place to punish the inhabitants of the earth for their iniquities. The earth also shall disclose her blood, and shall no more cover her slain."
So right here it says, "Come, my people, and enter into thy doors and thy chambers. Come into the secret place of your heart." I'm about to put the world down. There has to be a secret place in here where you go talk to the Messiah. And it cannot be the imagery of your tomfoolery. If it ain't working for you, how you think it's gonna work for him? You 0 for 10 in this war. But yet you promoting that it will be successful in the kingdom. You just got to keep practicing. Sooner or later, you'll end up at the wicked woman's store. Ain't possible. It ain't possible. If you don't know what you're going to buy, how you in the store? You'll spend all your money. How you going to window shop? You go to the Dollar General or the Dollar Store, you go in there, I'm just going to get some toilet paper. Everything's $1. You done spent rent money in there. Right. Everything you bought for $1 you think you need. That's what they counting on.
That's what they counting on.
Your eyes bigger than your stomach.
Exactly.
If you can't buy yourself a pair of shoestrings or 3-pack of drawers from Family Dollar, what the hell is you talking about a second wife for? Even a first one. And you done had these drawers on for 2 days.
Please, mercy.
Turn them over, huh?
Boy,
Turn them over.
boy, you say fruit of the loom tag exposed. You know better.
When you talk about double up and stain,
Right.
Give me Ezekiel 8 and 12. And y'all, this is a imagery of the mindset. And y'all, this is what we're talking about. What image do you have in your mind when he say he created man in his own image? How you gonna have an image of your wicked self? Like this what he created. He created me like this. Well, you need to stop worshiping him because the end ain't no better. Wow. The end ain't no better. You keep getting this bad deal, something's going on. It's gonna make you turn to Satan. And he right there waiting in your dream. Where you think can't nobody see you, the imagery you got in your dream. Oh, I can do it there, I can break the law there. That's the worst place you can break the law in your dream. Don't you know the consciousness controls the flesh, not the other way around? If the flesh controls the consciousness, it's called nightmare. If you a glutton and eating spaghetti at 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, guess what imagery you gonna have? Some grabbing on your foot, you gonna kick covers up to the ceiling fan, wake up sweating and hollering. All of them things with them secret spices that's gonna upset them stomachs and have you having acid reflux. Boy, you'll be in bad shape. You're supposed to really technically cut the eating off at the evening prayer of that meal. That should be the last thing. But it's terrible when you have 70 munchies. As far as I'm going.
70 munchies.
Go ahead.
Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 12.
What it say?
How you spell that?
Then said he unto me,
I tell you what, back it up to verse 10.
Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 10.
9. Yeah, verse 9. I'm stop there. Verse 9. Yeah, I'm real there, Zed.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm real.
I'm giving you another chance.
Okay. No, you can't go ahead. We running short. Yeah.
Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 9.
What it say?
And he said unto me, go in and behold the wicked abominations that they do here. So I went in and saw, and behold, every form of creeping things and abominable beasts, and all the idols of the house of Israel portrayed upon the wall round about.
Boy, now y'all know what it is. Just picture yourself going into a club and it's loaded with Nicki Minaj and Lil Kim posters. Wow. Imagery.
Glitter everywhere.
Boy, and you looking. And then they got that drink right there, like if you get this drink, you get this reward.
Oh, man. Verse 11. And there stood before them 70 men of the ancients of the house of Israel. And in the midst of them stood Jaazaniah, the son of Shaphan, with every man his censer in his hand, and a thick cloud of incense went up.
Right.
Well, you don't know what that means for you to say I did that, right?
Yes, sir.
Hey, everybody at this table be waiting to hear those words.
I done got the big head now. Yeah, I'm bound to mess up now. Then said he unto me, Son of man, hast thou seen what the ancients of the house of Israel do in the dark?
In the what?
In the dark. Every man in the chambers of his imaginary.
So, what they do in the dark, they are doing what they imagine. If you imagine you can do what you're doing and say this is ordained of the Lord that's creating all hell on earth for you, Facebook come into your life and destroy your household, and this is the imagery you have, you just saying, oh, they just out of control. It ain't got nothing to do with me and my imagery. I thought I could change.
They have simple minds.
I thought I could get you out of those tight clothes and put on some loose ones. It don't matter because the imagery is still here. You done already sent me a picture with no clothes on. What is clothes gonna do for my imagery? You'd already showed me yourself with no clothes on. So I'm gonna put you in these clothes and sit you on that side of the room and my imagery locked and loaded. That just means them clothes come off quicker than tight clothes. Tight clothes, you may need a razor to cut some of them britches off of some of these women. They almost have to run in them jeans to get them pulled up.
You gotta bounce something down just to pull
Boy,
them
take
up.
off running, pulling them up. Where we at? What else to say, bro?
Where are we at? 13. He said also unto me, turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations that they do. Then he brought me to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, which was toward the north. And behold, there sat women weeping for
Tammuz. Weeping for strange gods. So Tammuz was old ancient Egyptian worship. Tammuz, the son of Isis and Horus, or whoever he is, Tammuz. Women weeping and crying for him. Because they got no oil in their land. And you didn't care. Just like buying a used car with no warranty, talking about as is. You gonna buy something as is.
And it don't even start.
Right.
But you paid for it.
And then you fussing about a warranty. The body look good. Right. Motor leaking off.
I just knew this thing, man.
That's what we talking about, Imam. What you say?
Because she came out of incest. They came out of incest.
Verse 15.
Yes, sir.
Then said he unto me, Hast thou seen this, O son of man? Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations.
Not
than
greater
these.
than these.
Yes, Lord. Greater than these.
Not greater than these.
Yes.
Look, once they get into that Tammuz ritual and trying to satisfy all them women on a daily basis, do benevolence no matter how you slice it. You're on the hook for every one of them. Do benevolence, you on the hook for it.
Wouldn't it take you to even to consummate that if you had 10 of them? Wouldn't it take you?
Boy, it's they turn when it's they turn. You can't be lacking.
Better get them herbs up.
Hey, come on with it.
You have to go get you some man drink.
It's one a night, right? Does that take you 10 days?
Boy, come on. No, you have cleansing time and cleaning time. You have all of these times, all of that's involved, but ain't nothing looked at but the imagery.
Right.
And what you want to portray is that imagery to me, because you ain't showing me to do benevolence. You ain't showing the responsibility of the receipt. What you're showing me is only the imagery, because that's the only thing you promoted. Right. What else am I to look at? It's either that or they turn to the devil. It's the only imagery you're showing. You're not showing the imagery of Proverbs 31.
Thank you.
The virtuous woman, you're not showing that imagery, because everything you're talking, you're giving me imagery of what you're talking about, because you holler bed chamber. You search for scriptures that throw you in the bed before a marriage ceremony with the feast of everybody acknowledging who can say, no, he can't marry her. She belongs to my son. You don't want that. So your imagery is first, straighten things out and show your prowess. Then you say, well, she should have told me. No, that's a problem. It's going to always be a problem. And it shows the imagery that's in your mind. It shows that imagery that's in your mind by what response come off of your mouth. How you gonna see the Messiah was around all them women and never touched them? And the Pharisees said the same thing. He knew what kind of women these were. So apparently they thought he was a knucklehead and didn't know what type of women he had around. There was, so that at least they're acknowledging that he wasn't coming on to them. Because if he knew what type of woman they were, he would have got a lap dance, is what they say. Where we at?
Verse 16. And he brought me into the inner court
Right.
of the Lord's house. And behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord,
Right?
between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, with their backs toward the temple of the Lord,
Right.
and their faces toward the east. And they worshiped the sun toward the east.
See, now they worshiping the sun. Negroes sneaking back into Egyptology and worship the sun, not commanded in Deuteronomy 4:19. Don't worship the sun, the moon, or the stars. When you start hearing celestial being talk, know that there's worship to follow.
Like being
All of that foolishness. All of that foolishness out in the heavens. Let's read some more.
He'll give you up to it, keep on.
Where we at? You
Verse
finished that?
17. Then he said unto me, Hast thou seen this, O son of man? Is it a light thing to the house of Judah that they commit the abominations which they commit here? For they have filled the land with violence, and have returned to provoke me to anger. And lo, they put a branch to their nose.
They put the branch to their nose. Okay, go ahead.
Therefore will I also deal in fury. Mine eyes shall not spare, neither will I have pity. And though they cry in mine ears with a loud voice, yet will I not hear
They're
them.
going to be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Ain't no need you doing. Let's get a couple more of these chambers. And that was the chamber of imagining. See, that's what you want to think, because he says that's what's on their mind. They're in my temple with that on their mind. And everybody that's coming got that on their mind. You got that boy out of New York hollering at the Passover. Women come to the Passover if you want a soldier in your bed. This Negro got the dating game promoting it on the Passover. Get a killer in your bed. Out there.
get him started with chicken, man. Come on. You gonna hurt his feelings.
Right. Let's get it. Where we at? I'm gonna roll through these, y'all. We ain't got long.
Where we going, Dan?
We're going to Nehemiah 10:38. I'm just gonna show that really quickly. A storehouse for chamber. Then I want to hit this Ezekiel 42, Matthew 24. We're just showing the storehouse. We're showing the multiple chamber places of where the chamber's at. Now, when you talk about the Messiah gonna take 5 virgins in there, you just had the imagery of this Ezekiel 8. Negro, that's what's on your mind. What do you think the Messiah gonna be doing in that? If it's what you doing with your 8 and you got penicillin, you think the Messiah gonna have him a prescription sitting right there when he get through?
He can heal himself, brother.
Nehemiah 10:38.
Yeah.
What you say, 8:30? 10:38.
Yes, sir.
Y'all, we have to understand the imagery that's being put out here, y'all. We know what grabs the mindset of a young man because it got Adam's mindset in the garden.
Right.
Him and his woman, the mindset of tomfoolery in the kingdom and no responsibility. And then blame it on each other. It was your fault, it was my fault. No, y'all knew exactly. Like how when that boy told me, no, we got a way we can go in the store and come out and don't have to pay for food. That angel over here said, if you do, your mama gonna whoop your, you know what, and your daddy, your spiritual daddy gonna whoop your spiritual in. That's called stealing. Why can you go and then, look, how the hell I didn't know what they were talking about when he said, put it in the bag and then we gonna flag you to come out. What the hell is that? You flagged me past the cashier? So I didn't know that. I didn't have that in my mind. I'm waiting on the signal. But my mind, the imagery is telling me I know exactly what it is. But I just want to have the imagery of running, looking back, eating on fruit that ain't paid for. They got fruit at home that's been paid for. But it was Soulard Market apples versus them Kroger apples. It's the same apple, but one was big and plump, and the other one looked like, you know, some was left in the trunk of a car. You know what you get at Soulard Market.
Actually, it's probably better for you. It got them chemicals on it.
But y'all, we know in the imagery of my mind, because your mind already tells you what's going to happen to you. You convince yourself to plow unrighteousness, to start digging that unrighteousness in the word. You know exactly what this is. If you know you can't do this for yourself, you know you can't include nobody else. Your money's going backwards. Not only do you have your 2 cents that he gave you, you down to 1 and hustling backwards. Slow, D. You hustling backwards at a rapid pace right now. Let's read some more. Where we at?
Nehemiah chapter 10, verse 38.
You gonna bag it up a bit or you good? You gonna roll one?
You said one.
No, you can't go there. No, I tell you what, go on 38, we're just gonna hit these quick ones because I want you to get into the Testament of Reuben, because it's gonna get into the imaginary or the imaginary of the mind, and when he created his image, how do we see the Most High? Do we see him doing the same things that we do? How then are you gonna call on him for support when you in that bad position? Where have you seen him get past? And he taketh 5 women into one chamber, and he has thy way with them, and then when he's come out, he's smiling, and they are too. Where you seeing this right now?
And his light is shining brighter than ever.
Well, where you seeing this at? That you got that imagery in your mind of the pure one, of Elohim.
You need to stop that.
Let's read some more.
Nehemiah chapter 10, verse 38.
What it say?
And the priest, the son of Aaron, shall be with the Levites when the Levites take tithes. And the Levites shall bring up the tithes of the tithes unto the house of our power.
Right.
To the chambers and to the treasure house.
So we see that there was a treasure house for the fatherless and the widow. It was called a chamber. These are like the safe deposit box at a bank, safe deposit box. That's a small chamber. That's a separate room for events. Every time you see chamber, if your imagery only mean a seat apostropedic, and the only imagery in your mind is, you know, Box Spring Symphony and she-shang. You got the wrong image. That ain't the song gonna be sung at the wedding supper of the Lamb.
What it is, y'all? What's up?
Ezekiel 42, verse 13 and 14, then give me Matthew 24 and 26. We're going to get this testing of Reuben, the first chapter, and go close on out of here, unless we got some questions or concerns. How we looking out there, too, Bob?
So far, so good.
Y'all, when you elevate this consciousness, it cannot be penetrated. The flesh can be penetrated, but the mind cannot be penetrated. All you have to do is read about Joseph and Pharaoh's wife. If y'all get into that book of Jasher and, you know, and Genesis, and when it talks about the fight he had with that woman, about this. See, the imagery of that, a lot of rulers saying, I wouldn't have fought her too much. See, but that's the imagery. You'll hear this mindset. That he said, under no circumstance, under none will I do this thing.
Ran up out of his clothes.
Kill me first. Kill this flesh. Don't kill this soul. Because then you're going to be always what's called daydreaming, plotting on the imagery. If I get an insurance policy and put antifreeze in her coffee, I'll do that about 30 days in a row. Now I got to think, how can I buy antifreeze and don't be tracked? Damn. See, all that's working up here.
Sin.
Right.
A wicked imagination. And then how you gonna lay down with somebody like that on the side of you and y'all arguing before you go to sleep? What you think gonna be in imagination when you drift off, but choking her to death? Get off me, huh? What? I'm choking you, ain't it? What you dreaming about? So earlier was choking you. Woman, you're gonna have to let me alone before I go to sleep. You're gonna have to start talking some pleasant things to me. What you got to say?
You just reminded me when our son was coming up as a woman, and he must have been about 3 or 4, and maybe about 3 or 4. And something came, and he had seen something about ontology by accident. He was clicking through, and he had seen something that he wasn't supposed to. And he went nasty.
Yeah.
And he was really saying,
yeah.
And all he would say, whenever he would see anything after that, he would always say, oh, nasty. Oh, mom, it's nasty. I don't want to do that.
Shalom, sir.
And that's the, I'm thinking of what you have just spoken. It's just like when we look at or smell pork, we go nasty.
Yeah.
And that's the same way that we should be when it comes to trying to fulfill the lust of the flesh.
Yeah.
It should be nasty.
Because that's what it's going to end up being. How you just see this woman, you ain't never laid her eyes on her, but already you imagine you done throw the rag in the sink. What comes after that but peeping and make sure ain't nobody looking? Then run to the car and get in. That's what I hear, you know, but I'm just talking about these things. Where we at?
Ezekiel 42, verse 13. Then said he unto me, the north chambers and the south chambers, which are before the separate place, they be holy chambers.
They be what kind of chambers?
Holy chambers.
See, this is set apart chamber talking about a high priest. See, this is what his wedding chamber gonna be. It's a holy chamber. It's a set apart chamber. How you gonna bring the imaginary of an orgy into the new kingdom?
Right.
Because you see everybody that set up these kingdoms here on earth, the same thing is happening. Orgies, wife swapping, the whole nine. David Koresh, actually a man walked his wife to his door. and then had the nerve to be mad when he impregnated the woman. The woman asked him, do you want to see the baby? Do you want to see David caress his baby? That you walked me to his door? And he trying to fuss at her. Now you got bad you didn't have that imagery in your mind what he was going to do with your wife. And he closed the door to that chamber.
In your face.
Right.
Next thing you know, the box spring symphony. And then when she bring you the baby, you don't want to see it, you got attitude, and she tell her, how you gonna be mad at me? You the one walked me to the door. You walked me down the aisle like a father and gave me into the hand of this wolf, and you got attitude?
Nope, it's not.
We named the baby after you.
Y'all put this one man in charge that he can convince the head of me that I should be in there with him, that he needs to have a baby on earth by my wife. And y'all went for that. What imagery is in your mind? Nasty. Where we at, y'all?
Verse 13.
What it say?
Where the priest that approach to Yah shall eat the most holy thing.
Right.
There shall they lay the most holy thing.
Right.
And the meat offering, and the sin offering, and the trespass offering. For the place is holy. When the priest entered therein, then shall they not go out of the holy place into the outer court, but they shall lay their garments wherein they minister, for they are holy.
See, and this is what we're talking about. They even had to take off them garments. What else did it say about that? Taking off them garments.
And shall put on other garments.
What kind of other garments?
Other garments.
Go ahead.
And shall approach to those things which are for the people.
See, and now you put on other garments. You got to get out of them, y'all. So it's the same thing with Messiah. When he put on the other garments, he told the sisters, y'all can't touch me.
Thank you.
You know, I got on this new garment. Y'all cannot touch me. I got to go back to the Father first. But y'all can't stain me before I get there. Back that up, Matthew 24:26. Y'all, we talking about just going into the inner chamber. We're going to see where the chamber is. Back it up at 21. Y'all, we're going to hit that Testament of Reuben, y'all. We're going to get on out of here. Because I want to get on them 5 senses, y'all, because that's what take control of the imagery. If anything pops in your mind, and you, look, we have to tell ourselves that sometimes, don't we? Like, man, what the hell was I thinking about that for?
Right. And you have to understand, the Most High will give you up to your imagination.
You have to check yourself.
So you got
There's
to
something
check
called
yourself.
self-check.
Right.
If you start smiling at that and you smiling like Fly Guy was when he was reminiscing when he was on the block. No, you see that imagery was bad when he got out, though. They wasn't doing fishing shoes no more.
And then tax everybody. That's a popular, I don't call the name, it was a popular YouTube ministry. And the wife of this YouTube minister said she had a dream. Satan attacked her dream and she was in a lesbian.
She was in a what?
Attacked her dream. She was in a lesbian situation in her dream. She had a rebuke.
That's right.
Satan will come in your dreams and flip you a man over here in his sleep, and when you wake up, you'll have problems sitting on the toilet.
If he was in your dream and you got to rebuke it, that means you enjoyed that dream.
Boy, look, you got to fight like the devil, or you're going to accept that in the flesh.
You wouldn't have to rebuke it if you shot it down in your dream.
Come on, bro. Y'all think he slay fire? He comes for the imagination. He don't come for the flesh. He said your flesh is already marked for death like I am. I ain't caring nothing about that. I need your soul marked for death. Play with me. Now let's get this imagery in your mind.
Come on.
How would you like that many women? How would you like just to be a king? How would you like to be all of this in your captivity? How would you like to have all these things and ain't got a farthing in your pocket?
Live your punishment to the best of your ability. Because that's what we're living in, is punishment.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
Matthew 24, verse 21.
Yes, sir.
But then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time. No, nor ever shall be.
So when he say if the second coming happened on the Sabbath day, it's gonna be chaotic, like you ain't never seen before. It's gonna be worse than Noah. It's gonna be worse than Genesis 1 and 1 and 1 and 2. Y'all, that was bohu and tohu. That was complete destruction that Jeremiah 4:23 speak of, Genesis 1 and 1, 2. He say it's going to be worse than that. Let's read some more.
23. 22, sorry. And except those days should be shortened, there shall no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened.
Because this is rest time if it happens on the Sabbath day. Come on, Dre. This is rest time. If you disturb the Most High on this rest, look what happens when you wake up a baby when they taking a nap, before they nap out. Huh? Right. And babies is innocent, ain't they? Let's read some more.
And if any man shall say unto you, Lo, here is Christ, but there believe it not.
Believe it not. Read some more.
For there shall arise many false messiahs and false prophets, and shall shew great signs and wonders, and so much that if it were impossible, they shall deceive the very elect.
So they'll show what you consider great signs and miracles, but they'll never do what the Holy Spirit has done. They're doing trickery at a high level.
Yes, sir.
This is what it says. It's a strong delusion. You think it's a miracle, but it ain't. It's got problems with it. It's got tail end things trailing behind. You have to keep explaining for it. You don't have to explain for truth. Truth isn't absolute. How you gonna keep explaining truth? You can't. It's going to wear you out. Let's read some more.
25.
What it say?
Behold, I have told you before.
What did he say he had done?
I told you before.
It was like your mama told you. I told you. Don't call here. And they got you locked up about stealing or killing somebody. Don't call her. I told you before. You have a collect call from Clayton's City Lockup. It's Earl Jr. Charged with McClicker. You have a clicker. Mom, it's me. Answer the phone, clicker.
I can see it.
Mom, please answer the phone. We got clicker. Don't call here. Don't call here. Let's get some more.
Number 26. Wherefore they shall say unto you, Behold, he is in the desert.
What Benjamin Carter was at?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Go not forth.
Go not forth. Read some more.
Behold, he is in the secret chamber. Believe it not.
He's in the secret chamber. The other boy in Lewisburg Penitentiary. Giving classes from jail. Where you read that in the scripture? Phone check, homie. Gotta go, class. See you next week.
Going back to my secret chamber.
Going back to my secret chamber. Let's read it in them next two.
27. For as the light that cometh out of the east and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be.
So that's what we see, y'all. That's what we gotta look for. As a light shining from the east, y'all, there will be a streak of light that shoot all the way across. And it won't be what you seeing on YouTube talking about we see a galaxy 10,000 light years away. What the hell what imagery do they want you to get in your? You know how long a light year is? It takes you 187,000 miles per second to get to the speed of light. 180,000 miles per second, not hour, per second to get to the speed of light. And you talking about it's 30 light years away. If it's taking you that far to get to just a point of light, what are you going to do with 10 more light years away? What are you trying to imagine? Where is your mind going to that is some concern of yours 10,000 light years away? What image are they trying to put into your mindset? What's out there? No, what I'm just saying, they just giving you all that don't burn. Look, you cooking with baby oil. And then explain what I mean. Where you get vegetable oil from? Huh? Where you get corn oil from? Where does baby oil come from?
Uh-oh.
Just put your mind up here. If they squeezing a baby out over some tilapia, yeah, see this baby oil.
It's for babies, not from babies.
It's vegetable oil for vegetable.
No.
Okay, see that? What you got to
Hey, you trying to...
That's what they're saying.
You know they put the alphabet in her products.
Yep.
Her products to make her grow.
to make your hair grow.
Yeah.
See, y'all, all this because they're saying it's from the innocence is without seeing. If we can get stem cells, all we're talking about is the innocence. It's free of eternal sin, so to speak. And that's why the Messiah called babies the innocents. They can't be born in sin and be called the innocents. Their flesh is marked for death, but they're born in innocence unless they do what their fathers do, according to Ezekiel 18. If a son don't do for what his father does, all his wickedness, ain't he counted for righteousness, even though his father is wicked as hell? What we look like going back into the imagination of got us threw out of Israel and talking about we finna build Israel with the same product that got us thrown out. Is that an oxymoron?
That's insane.
How you gonna buy a car and they ain't got the title? You gonna write it, man. I know 2 people took a handwritten note into the DMV. No, you don't. Now you can believe a lie and count them hundreds off if you want.
Hundreds.
At least 300. They don't even accept a car you ain't bought. Shalom, Dre. If you ain't paid at least 300 for it. Because they know you ain't bought nothing but a shed. In like manner, you got property and ain't got no receipt for it. This mine. She's supposed to call me master.
You see this further?
And no receipt.
See what you really worked on?
Good boy. Videos. Boy, come on. We see how R. Kelly had control of his women with their imagery. Trying to explain his behavior. He's known as the pistol. Every one of his women smelling like a diaper. You know it's a problem. The Negroes talking about the same thing. Want the diaper smell on their women. Look, they say no matter what I say, you got to obey it. Don't they?
You make me want to.
Boy, when the imagination goes, you will hear some things you ain't never heard before. Because first they've been convinced that Messiah was created like we were. In the lust of men's mind. When the Holy Spirit overpower you, you think Mary felt something. You don't know when Samson didn't know when it came on him. David didn't know when it came on him. How's she gonna feel the power of lust and hip thrusting on her? How and you don't know? That's why she kept asking, how can be? I ain't felt nothing. I know what women say how babies come. I see deliver. I don't watch the baby being born, but ain't none of that done happened to me. There was nothing that made me feel like he attacked me. See, but that imagery of Satan will come in your mind, and it's called an incubus. That's right. And it'll jump on the woman. And this woman ain't like she can't say, I never knew a man. At least she be saying, I know somebody else. He like to come in my sleep. And when he gets through, I smoke 2 packs of cigarettes. Boy, we talking about level up, boy. This ain't just no regular man work. Hell, he need 3 weeks of sleep behind you smoking a cigarette for him. This supernatural.
What you gonna do for that?
Let's get it. I need that testament of Ruth.
I got it.
Y'all, we're gonna close on out. What's that, bro?
About the Holy Spirit, like you don't know when it come up on you.
See, that's what we're talking about. There is not one scripture in this Bible that ever said a man and he knew the Spirit was on him or with him. It says the Spirit came on him mightily and he killed a bear, he killed a lion. The Most High will never let you control his Holy Spirit because it's a gift. He give it to you to accomplish his work, not yours.
And like what exactly is the Holy Spirit?
The Holy Spirit is the power of the Most High.
That's right. And it's separate from him?
It's separate from his, it's what he created.
Okay.
It's his power. It's his glory. That's why when he sends it out, he just talks to it and it delivers the product. That's why Messiah said, you can blaspheme me, but you can't blaspheme the Holy Spirit.
So it's creation?
It's the power of creation.
Okay. All right, we got you.
It's the power of creation. It's his omnipotent. It's what you get to see until you get to see his face. I'm not going to leave you comfortless. I'm never going to have you wonder, well, I ain't seen God that's going to change my mind. You ain't seen the wind. Hell, you heard wind from somebody rear end and you give it a name.
Wow.
That's a fart. Do you see it? If you see it, they need to get to the emergency room. Because you never say, you just ask, who saw it?
I smell some invisible gases.
Do you?
It came from over there. That cloud is. It's over your head.
So, when the Spirit come on, you don't know, just like Samson didn't know it had left him. You will never control it. No man has power to retain the Spirit, or he will retain it when it comes to one's day of death. Messiah had power. He said, but nevertheless, if it be thy will.
Amen. So a good analogy would be Most High is like the modem, and the Holy Spirit is like Wi-Fi. And so the modem controls the Wi-Fi.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to hook up, because you don't take your device to the modem. It's controlled by the Wi-Fi.
Yes, sir.
Wi-Fi travels everywhere.
So, and that's what we're talking about, y'all. It's everywhere. You don't know where you can pick up a signal at. When you look, say, I got a signal, like when we go out there camping. Boy, you get a signal out there, I'm talking about they doing the Toyota dance. I know where the signal spot's at. It's certain spot, you can walk out there and signal pick up. Right. Somebody that ain't never got a signal, they look up and see Google, boy, they have a fit. You be like, wait a minute, what's going on? What's happening? You found some money? No, I got a signal. Same way Samson was, he was confident that the Most High was with him, but he kept breaking law. It wasn't just he got his hair cut, he was around a dead body. Wasn't supposed to be around there. Read Judges 13, what his mama was told he could never be around. He was a Nazarite for life. He was number 6 chapter. Cutting up the hair was the final straw. So it was the final straw. And then he didn't know when it came back on. He said, Lord, give me strength just one more time that I may do the work that you originally had me to do till I start seeing other imagery. Give me that strength back. Blind didn't give him his sight back. It said, guess what it said? It said his hair started to grow back. To let him know the final state, we're going to get it back in shape for where you're supposed to be, because the Nazarite wasn't supposed to cut his hair. We need to send a message to everybody else of Israel. First thing you heard, right? But his sight didn't come back. He asked the 2 young, put my hands on the pillars. They put his hands on the pillar and he pushed them down, but he died with them. That strength came back. And you can believe why they were sitting up there, yes, more mid-julep slave. Is that an earthquake? What the hell is going on? The only thing moving is the stadium. What the hell is... All of it collapsed inside. It's just like if them 2 posts, these pillars right here, first floor coming down on us. That's what he moved with his hands and pushed them to the side, and it collapsed and killed more men at the end than all of what Philistines had been killed, because they was packed in watching sporting event. Y'all, we have to understand, y'all, you have to be careful on sporting events too, imagery. You can't imagine nobody accomplishing your dreams because you at the betting office, you at the bookie office. You don't know what's in these men's mind. You don't know who done threatened them to drop a pass. Hell, they could have been made some bad deals. I need you to throw that game. Need you to drop every pass. You don't catch a pass in the 3rd quarter. How you gonna control that and got your rent money on this? You become a fanatic. Ain't nothing wrong with being a fan. I like LeBron, but I'm not gonna bet the house on LeBron.
Thank you.
He done showed me he get winded in the late quarters. What the hell I look like putting the house on the line? This nigga will run out of gas. I got the wrong imagery, don't I? Hell, Jordan didn't run out of gas like that when he was sick and went for 38. Where we at? Testament of Reuben, y'all. We're gonna get on out of here. Y'all, we're going to the first chapter, Testament of Reuben. Y'all give it to me. Reuben, can you get that up, too bad?
Yes, sir.
Y'all, all we talking about, y'all, is how you will picture the kingdom. And it starts off telling you, I have not seen what the Most High hath prepared for you. How then do you describe we're building the kingdom down here? With this imagery, all you showing me is what got us kicked out. That's exactly what, it didn't work then. When we were at home and in charge. Now you in somebody else's land and you feel I can do it better in a strange land? The devil got your mind and gone. And the only thing he's showing you is rear ends hiked up in the air. That's all he's showing you. Then heard these things of naked bodies in the inbox before you ever seen their face.
Oh, man.
How you still gonna write out a contract and you done seen the part of the chamber already?
Amen. I will kill one.
Where your imagery at this point? You have no long suffering like Jacob did for 7 years before Rachel.
14.
And then another 7 after that. But notice what he had to do. He had to give Leah her wedding week. You got to, this has to be a ceremony first before we do this. If your imagery is to find every scripture you can that says nobody had to be there to see this, we know what your thought process is. It's a thought process for setting it up to get rid of it. That's what you do with stuff you ain't got no warranty for. You know you can't take it back. What do you do with it? You throw it away. It's hard to sell it. You got a warranty for this? No, hell, I give you $12 for it then.
But I paid.
Bro, I paid. I don't care. It's like that boy on Trading Places when he went to the pawn shop. This is a Rashul for sure. 300 per square feet. Retail value $6,357.
Around here it's $50.
He said, first he said, burns my hands. He said, what? Are you implying that it's stolen? He said, burns my fingers. This is a Brasile Rocher. He said, around here it's $50.
That's what he said.
I'll take the $50.
The dude probably still wearing that watch.
Boy, come on. Pawn shop bills been caught up since the 60s. Where we at? Testament of Reuben. I just want that first chapter, y'all. What we getting into is what he says that caused him all his problems with his father Jacob. And not only this, but nobody told Jacob. Angels went and reported it to him. They said, your son is a MF. He's what? Your firstborn is an MF. A mother for unlawful carnal knowledge. He's uncovered your nakedness. He's went up into your couch. Your firstborn. Did he question the angel? And when he came back and he saw the shame on Reuben's face, what they were, we'll let Reuben tell you how he felt. Get some of that for me. Who got it?
The testaments of the 12 patriarchs, the sons of Jacob the patriarch, testaments of Reuben.
Yes, sir.
A copy of the testament of Reuben, the things which he commanded to his sons before he died in the 125th year of his life.
Y'all, he living 125. How far is that off of 930? He 800 years short of what we was on the other side of that. Let's read some more.
2 years after the death of Joseph, his brother Reuben became sick, and there gathered to watch over him his sons and his son's sons. And he said to them, my children, Behold, I am dying, and I am going the way of my father. When he saw Judah and Gad and Asher, his brothers there, he said to them, raise me up so that I can tell my brothers and my children the things that I have hidden in my heart. For behold, I am departing from you now. And when he was raised up, he kissed them and said to them, listen, my brothers and my sons, give heed to the things which I, Reuben, your father, command you.
What you, oh, you in the pseudo. Okay, I knew.
Yeah.
That's why it's different.
You different saying?
Go ahead.
It's different?
It's different, but it's still saying the same.
Same. Okay.
See here, I call the Elohim of heaven to bear witness to you this day.
So he's on a deathbed confession. He gives imagery in his mind to let them know the imagery that what he had in his mind would cost him. I'm sick, y'all. I'm dying. Look, y'all, and he was really sick because he had to call for his three brothers. Y'all lift me up. Yo, he done got weak. They have to sit him up in the bed to make him comfortable. This is letting you know, and he's at 125, y'all.
Right.
He's eating the same diet. He done stretched it out to 125. Ain't nobody, what the oldest person just died here, 114, a sister. He had 11 more than she did. Let's read some more.
So that you will not behave yourselves in the ignorant ways of youth and sexual promiscuity, in which I indulged myself and defiled my marriage bed, the marriage bed of my father.
Who bed did he defile?
The marriage bed of my father,
See,
Jacob.
so now he's in his father's chamber. See, now if he'd have saw his father go in there first, before a wedding reception, then his imagination, he wouldn't be talking about it. He's like, shit, I don't know why they punishing me. Hell, I saw my daddy do it. Why my testes itching? But he didn't see that. He's explaining what I did. I watched, well, he didn't get to see none of it because before he was born, his firstborn of Leah, he heard about what his father did. How he worked for his first wife. And how he accepted responsibility for the second one. Because he went into the wedding chambers. And he let him extinguish the light. He said the custom of the people, I thought it was just a custom of the people. They were saying, hey, La, but then at that point they were saying, hey, Leah, hey, the bride. He said, I didn't get none of it because that wine was sipping good and the only thing on my mind was 7 years. The day has come. He's got his imagery up there of what he want to do, but he's in a righteous mind because he's still waiting. Let's get through with this singing and dancing. So the 7-year wait will be up. These Negroes don't wait 7 minutes. 7 minutes. You talking undressing in the car, in the parking lot of the club. And you call that marriage. In the parking lot of the club. Stay down. Stay down. You whispering? And then your partners get in the back seat and you talking unclean. Get out of here. Let's read some more, bro. What verse you on?
7.
Okay.
But I tell you, he struck me with a severe wound in my loins for 7 months.
How long?
7 months.
7 months in the loins, y'all. I'm talking about walking like Fred Sanford for 7 months. Wide leg. That I got a disease walk. Let's read some more.
And my father, Jacob, had not prayed to the Most High in my behalf, Yahweh would have destroyed me. For I was 30 years old when I committed this evil deed in the sight of the Most High.
In the sight of the Most High, my imagery, I looked at my daddy's wife and knowing that the Elohim is watching me. In the sight of the Elohim, because my daddy out there shearing his sheep. So it wasn't in his, he wasn't seeing what I was doing. I was hiding from him. But his mind is clear now. Because he knows the Most High knows every one of his thoughts. Because he dreamed about it up front. He dreamed how he was gonna get her. She likes to sip late in the evening. I'm gonna get her that good wine. So he meditated on it. Oh, he meditated on it. He sipped of the wine, and Bill Howard was laughing. The brother of the son, go ahead, I'm about to go to sleep. Go and get out of here now. No. He said Bill Hall was so fine he couldn't go to sleep. What was in the imagination of here? That he's to the point that where he cannot lay down unless that image pops into his mind in his sleep.
Lust.
And it's his little brother's mom. How you gonna explain that to your little brother?
Right.
Cause his brother gonna be calling you daddy, uncle. What the? It routs confusion, like the script say. Let's read some more. Let's get finished with this.
Dan, same mindset as Danny, David with Uriah type.
Yes, sir.
And his son and his sister.
Yeah.
And his sons.
Right.
What he did to the sister of a different mom. But David's physical son. It brings war when those spirits in there, when that imagery jump in there. Y'all, because this is a marriage covenant, if we don't take it as such, and Satan get in your mind, in your imagination, that's what you start talking, and that's what you start to convince yourself of, is righteous marriage. The imagery. Because that's the only thing you promote. You ain't promoting no other works, how it's built up a kingdom. That's what I'm still waiting to see. The 7 sisters of the kingdom building. Where they at? What did they done produce that you can look and say, boy, this is Proverbs 31 all over. All you get is a bunch of women sitting still, don't know what the hell to do, looking into outer space. That a UFO, y'all. Won't help with nothing. What good is it for the kingdom? What are they helping with but march in behind you? Look at them, you got them in check, they in the step. Y'all sit over there. Sit over there, I'll go over here, get my books out, and I'll talk loud enough, and y'all sit over there and don't help. Who you showing that to? Who's impressed? You think that's impressing me? We short on the serving line. Get all of them up there in the rotation. Get them serving. What the hell we want to see them marching in here like they ain't got a mind of their own, like they stuck on Stockholm Syndrome?
We need help around here. That's what they keep. Get your hands dirty.
He like, I'm jealous of that. We jealous of that. Shh. We trying to get this work done and this food passed out.
We need some help.
Let's read some more.
Get their ass up.
Get right.
For I was 30 years old when I committed this evil deed in the sight of the Most High.
Right.
And for 7 months I was an invalid on the brink of death.
So sick unto death. I'm talking about this every day. You didn't know you were not short of breath every second. Knowing what it is that's causing a short of breath. Go ahead, brother.
And after this, with determination of soul, for 7 years I repented before the Most High. I did not drink wine or liquor. Meat did not enter my mouth. And I did not eat any pleasurable food. Rather, I was mourning over my sin.
What are you doing over his sin?
Mourning over his sin. Since it was so great.
Since it was so what?
So great. Never had anything like it been done in Israel.
Y'all see this? It hadn't been an MFer in Israel yet. Cain was one. Not Cain. Ham's son. Ham was one. Produced Cain. Uncovered the nakedness of his father, Noah. Then told his 2 brothers without. Yeah, daddy laying up in there sleep, drunk again. So he had it on again. Who? Ham had his wife, didn't he?
No, I'm saying, like, did he have the same mom as Japheth and Shem?
Don't know.
Don't say.
Don't say. Noah was 600 years old at the time. First one could have been gone. Regardless, a wife is a wife. It don't matter if it's your natural mama or not. When he marries her, that's your mama.
And I meant to say this, y'all need to watch it because a lot of these Christians think uncovering the nakedness, they think that Reuben went into his father, not his father.
Yeah, see, the
I heard Christian
Muslim,
teach.
look, the Muslim teach that too, that it was a homosexual act with Noah.
Yeah.
You know, like he eased it down, took the covers off and had his way. Or some teach he just did like this, uncovered the necklace while he was drunk, laying out like this. He eased the covers back. Oh, he could have kept that Vienna sausage in the can. Hey, y'all, daddy ain't working with nothing. But that ain't what the script says. Because that's not what the law says. Don't approach thy father to uncover his necklace. It is thy mother. That's right. Don't approach to thy father's brother to uncover his necklace. It don't mean him. Because the next verse says, it is thine aunt. That's right. So it's telling you, it don't have to spell it out for you like that. Don't uncover that nakedness. That's my nakedness. That ain't yours uncover. It belongs to that individual. Let's read some more. What else to say? We're going to close on out this, y'all.
Verse 2, well, chapter 2. And now give heed to me, my children, concerning the things which I saw during my time of penitence, concerning the 7 spirits of deceit. For 7 spirits are established against mankind, and they are the sources of the deeds of youth. And 7 other spirits are given to man at creation, so that by them every human deed is done. First is the spirit of life.
What is it first?
The spirit of life.
That's what he breathed on that, and he became a living soul. Go ahead.
With which man is created as a composite being. The second is the spirit of seed, with which comes desire. The third is the spirit of hearing, with which comes instruction. The fourth is the spirit of smell, with which is given taste for drawing air and breath. The fifth is the spirit of speech, with which comes knowledge. The sixth is the spirit of taste, for consuming food and drink. By it comes strength, because in food is the substance of strength. The seventh is the spirit of procreation and intercourse, with which comes sins through fondness for pleasure. For this reason, it was the last in the creation and the first in youth. But it is filled with ignorance.
What is it filled with?
It's filled with ignorance. It leads the young person like a blind man into a ditch and like an animal over a cliff.
So now you're in the Proverbs 7 chapter. The man that walking down the street, she called him into her chains. You can't have a marriage with this woman because she done told you the husband, the good man, is going on a long journey. Jacob was going on a long journey. He out in the field shearing his sheep. But she didn't call him into that. She's thinking this is just my stepson, you know, chopping it up with me.
Bought a little
drink with him. No, his eyes was doing something else. Go ahead, bro. Let's read a little bit more then.
You got it down there,
Chapter 3, right?
Yeah, 3. Well, see, now I'm still rolling. I got longer verses, but go ahead. What?
In addition to the next,
yeah.
It's chapter 3, right?
Yep, 3.
Okay. Chapter 3. Besides all these, there is an 8th spirit of sleep.
A spirit of what?
Sleep. With which is brought about the trance of nature and the image of death.
So now you got this last spirit, this 8th one that deals with you in your sleep. And it transfers death and life, y'all, because you're in the supernatural now. You're in your consciousness. See, you may be seeing 3, but I'm at verse, y'all just keep looking at it. I'm at verse 22. So y'all at 2 and verse 22 is still on chapter 1. It's just changing on the version they do it. Just so if y'all got regular, y'all at verse 22. If y'all got the other PDF form. Go ahead, bro.
Verse 2. Yeah. With these spirits are mingled the spirits of error.
So it's mingled with the spirit of error, this last one, and it comes in your sleep. Y'all, that's your consciousness. If the devil can get you to sin in your sleep, when you awake, the flesh is already weak. It has no power. It's going to do what its conscience is telling it to do. Go ahead.
First, the spirit of fornication is seated in the nature and in the senses. The second, the spirit of insatiableness in the belly. The third, the spirit of fighting in the liver and gall. The fourth is the spirit of obsequiousness.
What else? How you do that, boy?
I'm trying to catch you.
And cannery and chicanery, that through officious.
Tell him where you at, what verse you on.
I'm on 4. Well, he in the pseudo, so it ain't gonna be the same.
Okay.
Oh no, you switched to the, you still in the pseudo?
Okay.
Yeah, see, it ain't gonna be the same.
Okay, dog, just tell him where you at, cause y'all on the same one.
I'm on the 5th. I'm in the
On the
5th.
fifth one, the fifth spirit of arrogance.
Yeah.
The 5th spirit.
Shalom, y'all.
Shalom, family.
Go ahead. Y'all, we almost out of here. Go ahead.
The 5th is the spirit of pride, that one may be boastful and arrogant.
Right.
The 6th is the spirit of lying, in perdition, and in jealousy, to practice deceit and concealments from kindred and friends.
See, this the one you work in your sleep. It's working deceit. Reading dark side books and working magic in your sleep. Being visited by these dark spirits. But you ain't telling the people you around. Won't tell them where you get this knowledge from. That's opening up dark portals. And quoting things that ain't in the Bible. Talking about it's of God. Let's read some more.
But it's toward the end. The Testament is in the back. The 7th is the spirit of injustice, with which are thefts and acts of rhapsody, that a man may fulfill the desires of his heart. For injustice worketh together with the other spirits by the taking of gifts. And with all these, the spirit of sleep is joined, which is that of error and fantasy.
Error and fantasy. You take to bed with you all of these wicked thoughts. And you dream of this imagery in your mind that this is what the Lord wants his kingdom to be like. A kingdom of wayward children. A kingdom of wicked women and lustful men and hunters of the private parts of women. You think this imagery is what you read in Matthew 25. Let's read some more. Finish that up. We're going to get on out of here.
And so,
what you got said?
You know, I'm reading this and I'm saying some of these Christian churches are telling these people that this is they're prophesying certain things and saying this, like this one guy's one example that said that this woman had, was a spirit of Jezebel and said that she should be put to death. That's a pastor. But a lot of the things that they had said in the Christian church, I'm reading it right here.
Yeah.
And they're saying that they're prophets, which in essence, they're doing what this said.
Well, see, they're P-R-O-F-I-T prophet. That type of prophet. Change out of your pocket. That prophet, P-R-O-F-I-T. They're not the spiritual prophets. This is about making money. That's what it's about. That's how it started out. That's the whole imagination. They look at this as the hire. See right here? Reuben hired her for the mandrakes. She paid for him to come into her tent. You Negroes are so selfish. You looking for a woman to pay you for your prowess, are you? Let's read some more, man.
Verse 8. And so perisheth every young man, darkening his mind.
Darkening what?
Darkening his mind from the truth.
Right.
And not understanding the law of Yahweh, nor obeying the abominations of his
Admonition.
admonitions of his father, as befell me also in my youth. And now, my children, love the truth, and it will preserve you. That's it. Okay. Here, I had moved over to hear ye the words of Reuben your father. Pay no heed to the face of a woman.
See, it ain't, eyes were to admire the beauty of the Lord. He shows you what temples look like, but they wasn't designed to lust. It's to admire the beauty. That's why he say pay no heed to it. You know, you may see what you think is a fine woman, but you ain't seen fine. You know, look, we don't understand this. Look, Israel, it start talking about their women. But if you get into Jasher, the 10th chapter, it's going to talk about one of Japheth's sons, that his daughters were the finest women on earth. Now, this was before Israel. But I'm saying at that time, Jasher, the 10th chapter, said there wasn't a woman on earth that was finer than Japheth's daughters. Not one. Until Jacob came along and started producing the children or the daughters of Zion. Now the whole world compares themselves to the daughters of Zion now. You see a white woman, boy, she was fine, boy, she had some sister lips and some sister hips. See, you want to leave Israel, but the one you're going to, you compare it to what you're leaving. That's how you rank it of somebody of another nation. She compared it to the sister, so that gives me the right. That's in your image, in your mindset. Go ahead, sis.
Wasn't there, and I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but last, was there a woman in the history where they had went to Africa and saw this woman that was really built? I mean, backside, I mean, she was built, they say. And they took her because they were so amazed by her built and her beauty that they began to make imageries of, that's where...
Well, Samaritans, they talk about her. But in the book of Judith, in the Apocrypha, same thing. Judith was so fine. Look, men was so at her. I mean, and they were just lusted at a point. He said, you can get him easy. He's through. So check out the book of Judith as well. Okay. There's a lot of good writings in there about her and Holofernes, whatever his name was. One man got a stake drilled through his head, gave him some warm milk and put him to sleep. He caught up with her beauty. I'm talking about they was at war and they was fighting, you black mother. Stop the war.
But you know, in the Bible, in the area, say in the scripture, it says women back then was fire.
Yeah.
Transliterate that they was fine.
It's the plain words, y'all. It's not hard to understand. Eyes are for looking, not for lust. And that's why we say, if you already done throw the rag in the sink soon as you see him, you're on the wrong page. Your imagery is shot. Because if you don't think, once I get through and wipe myself out, what about to do benevolence for this woman? I said, it's my wife. So what do I do now? Do I drive home with her to my house? No, you ain't gonna do it. You looking for a way out. And then when she tell you, I think I'm pregnant, you like, shit, only one time? How do I know it's mine? If you ask that question, shame on you.
Yeah.
Right.
You supposed to ask, is it somebody else before we go up in there? What you mean, how the hell do I know it's mine? That's a problem with itself. You got that thought in your mind and you raw dog it. You need some penicillin. What you mean how I know it's mine? What do you mean how you don't know it's yours? Where it's been that it's been out of your sight, unless you these new Negroes talking about having wives over in Africa and down in other states and you ain't there. How you check in on it? Hey, what's going on, baby? Nothing. The mailman just here dropping off a package. It's a knock at the door, baby. 3 o'clock, I believe it's Lil Willie to tell them niggas if they don't leave there, I'll be there in 8 hours. I'm on my way now. How you got a wife in another city? What kind of man? What is the imagery of this? All it is a setup plan to get escape from it. See how I know what you doing? I'm 8 hours away. Hell, I'm on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. How I know what you doing over there? How you know? You should have known when you got married. But you didn't because the imagery didn't have that in the mindset. All you want to see is flesh. Let's read some more.
Verse 10.
What it say?
Pay no heed to the face of a woman.
Right.
Nor associate with another man's wife.
Right.
Nor meddle with the affairs of womankind.
See, meddling with the affairs of womankind. You can't teach a woman how to keep herself clean. She has to understand that. You don't know how the inner workings of a body work. How you know what this is? How you gonna determine when they tell you I'm hot, then I'm cold? Kick the covers off, got the fan and the ceiling fan on, and the refrigerator door open. How you gonna determine? How you gonna tell them about menopause? You ain't got a clue about these things. At the same, they should be able to tell you about yourself. Man, know thyself. Woman, know thyself. So we know what we're dealing with each other. For the body is not the husband's, but the who? And the wife's body is not hers, but the what? So when you bring something to the body, it needs to be agreed upon.
Right.
What you mean bring this heifer here? I don't know her. Well, who's her family member? That ain't got nothing to do with you. Just do what I say and fix her bed up. Well, that's my bed. Well, fix it up for her. You don't have to know nothing about it. So that's why you've been scratching. That ain't why I've been scratching. I got a hold of the paws of eyes. Right there. You scratching in your crotch, and that's the paws. What the hell were you doing that paws and ivy got down there?
I seen a young virgin.
Come on, boy. Let's read some more. We're gonna close on out. Give me that last couple verses. Y'all, some of this stuff is getting ridiculous when you hear it, but they have to promote that imagery on young men because these are the senses that's riding young men. It ain't like I wasn't young or these brothers up here. Well, Ed, you still young. But these old school brothers up here wasn't young before. You think we was born in our 50s? We was young men before them same spirits come at us.
Man, I'm in my 30s.
Right. You may feel that way, but your birth certificate gonna say different.
Right.
You may be moving as a 30-year-old, but it ain't gonna change on your tombstone. It won't be. He moved like he was in his 30s to 2078. Let's read some more. See, I stretch it down.
That's right.
Go ahead. Where we at?
Verse 11.
What it say?
For had I not seen Bilhah bathing in a covered place.
See, for had not I seen Bilhah bathing in a covered place. How did you see her in a covered place?
Peeking.
That's the first question.
Peeking.
Peeking. Where do you think Peeking Tom come from? Go ahead.
I had not fallen into this great iniquity, for my mind taking in the thought of the woman's nakedness suffered me not to sleep until I had wrought the abominable thing.
Now this Negro can't go to sleep until he accomplished what he did. Do y'all understand the power of the consciousness that it won't let this man rest? Like you got something you got to face tomorrow at work or something. You know how you can't get no rest? This was the rest that he was wrestling with of my daddy's wife. How you gonna be wrestling with that in your mind? Let's read some more. Just let's come.
For while Jacob our father had gone to Isaac his father, when we were in Eder, near the Ephrath in Bethlehem, Bilhah became drunk.
What did she become?
Drunk.
So she surpassed the laws of drinking.
Right.
She was a glutton to wine. She became drunk. He saw that before. He like, she gets tipsy. Now look, it's his little brother's mama. Hell, she probably the same age he was. You know, he like, what daddy doing with this tempter? Let's read some more.
Bilhah became drunk and was asleep uncovered in her chamber.
Uncovered in her chamber. Not Leah's chamber, not Rachel's chamber, not Zilpah's chamber, but whose chamber?
Her chamber.
Just like Genesis 30 tell us that Laban went to every one of his daughter's tents looking for his idol. He went to tents plural, not stacked up in one house. Let's read some more.
Having therefore gone in and beheld her nakedness.
What did he do?
Beheld her
Just
nakedness.
standing there with his mouth open and tongue hanging down to his navel. Let's read.
I wrought the impiety without her perceiving it.
Now look at this. He easing on her throwing licks while she drunk. This is the level of wickedness that's in his mind. he hunching, hoping she don't wake up. You a raper man.
Right.
It's like these Uber drivers getting caught raping women when they taking them home. They drunk, get in the Uber, and then when they wake up, they on top island. Wake them up out of their sleep, getting raped. Cause they drunk. Ain't gonna know who the daddy is. Well, they gonna track who the Uber driver was. She had her drawers on when she got in your car. How are they off at her house? And don't nobody know where they at? Go ahead, bro.
And wrought the impiety without her perceiving it, and leaving her sleeping, I departed.
Look at him, he done eased from up under them covers. She's still knocked out. You ain't did no real work.
I sure can't say she's still asleep.
She still sleep.
He had to been a minute man.
Look, and he's one like that, he wasn't no good.
Minute man. 30-second man.
No. TPC. All day.
He didn't even touch her.
TPC. 2-pump chump. That was it.
He just got close and pow.
How? Look, he's already there. This is how the devil play you. Right, he's in his mind. He wasn't gonna last no time. It wasn't gonna get to the point that where she wake up and say, ooh, boy, you show your daddy, son. Come on, son. Do your thing. But no, he eased in there and it was over like this.
He was halfway through before he touched.
Look, come on now. Girl, before he got one good punch in, he was through and eased up out of there.
He probably did.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
On his way through it.
Lord, look, your mind is there. Y'all have to understand these things. Why was a law, Deuteronomy 23:10. Cursed be the man that chances by night or having a nocturnal emission. He must wash himself as if it was real life. Now you have to think about your imagery. That if you're consciously awake, you couldn't do it. You couldn't sit here and imagine daydreaming and make it go. But you're watching a movie flat on your back and you go. It goes. Mind control. But Satan got it for the wrong idea. It's for the wrong woman. It ain't no difference if you let loose with somebody else's wife on your mind in the bed with them, no more than if it did Cosby. You are doing the same thing in the eyes of the Messiah. The man that thinketh to lust on a woman has already done what? Hey, y'all, it's already. He said, what goes on in here, you might as well come clean with it. Because if we show how the positions you had this man's woman in your mind, you think he'll kill you?
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I like the way you think. Go ahead.
And forthwith an angel of Yahweh revealed to my father concerning my impiety. And he came and mourned over me and touched her no more.
See, he touched her no more, just like David didn't touch his 10 concubines that his son went into. Because once you do that, so now he's physically dead to them. So when you read Romans in the 7th chapter, when it say a woman is under the law as long as her husband be alive, he can be spiritually dead. If he's spiritually dead, he don't know what the law requires. He's pulling no do but nothing. He's dead, especially if he disappeared for 7 years. Hell, this nation say he's dead. We don't know where. You're free from this individual. You think them laws mean he can go on and do what he want to do, and you, no, he's still alive. Yeah, they say he over there in the Philippines, he a pimp over there. But I can't marry nobody else. Yeah, it's been about 16 years since he been going over there to the Philippines. You think this is actually what these scriptures talking about? If that was, it wouldn't be Deuteronomy 24:1 and 2 wouldn't be there. If that meant that, because it's using the word law. Before anybody do that, they got to find the law that say that. And they ain't got it. Because y'all, it's a lust fest. That's what Satan do. Everywhere you see the coronation of those that join Lucifer cults, there's always an orgy. There's always a talk of orgy. Aretha Franklin, look up her father's activities. Every Saturday night, they had orgies, both men and women. Ray Charles talked about it. He said, man, there was some wild thing. I didn't mess with none of the women just to catch, baby. No, I wasn't messing with none of no. But he said he was feeling wrists and boy getting busy too, but he could tell if it was a Negro's wrist, you know, but he said it was going on up in there every Sabbath night, and then at Sunday he stand up in the pulpit. Sam Cooke had Aretha Franklin when she was 13 in one of them orgies. Y'all look this stuff up. Y'all, this is what we're talking about. In Luciferian Masonic, the first thing they order is an orgy for you. This is how we get you in check. First thing Negroes come around here do talking an orgy. How you like to just have your way, brother? You don't have to go to work. They'll work for you. You can cash them in, dog. Cash them in. Get them to pay you. Hell, they paid for them. Jacob wasn't involved with that paying of that. That was some nature. Look up the testament of Isaac. He's called the higher. He was born out of that trade for mandrake. So y'all, we have to really get in our consciousness, y'all, to wrap this all up. Or you too without understanding on what's going to take place in the kingdom. If you think this type of behavior going to take place in the kingdom, you sadly mistaken.
Let me read this last verse.
Go ahead, brother.
Pay no heed, therefore, my children, to the beauty of a woman.
Right.
Nor set your mind on their affairs, but walk in singleness of heart in the fear of the Elohim, and expend labor on good works.
On what?
On good works.
Don't waste your time, y'all, on quick work. Go ahead.
And on study.
And on
your flocks. Until the Elohim give you a wife.
Until the Elohim do what?
Give you a wife. Whom he will, that ye suffer, not as I did.
Not as I did. Y'all don't force yourself into this field. You gonna do something you don't want. Satan don't play fire with it. And once you done, you done. Now you got responsibility. So how do I get out of my responsibility but start saying she's the most evil woman I've ever met, except for on the other side of midnight? She's a good woman at that time. If I can just get her to start cooking and sewing at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, she'd be the perfect woman. But always at that time, and then they no good to you come the morning sunlight. Something is wrong here. Something is playing with the senses of the youth. That they think that they're going to make this doctrine. That's all it is, bro, when we get through. So y'all just wanted to bring that understanding to light, you know. Are you without understanding? Y'all, do y'all understand when somebody is running a game on you of lust and orgyism? Y'all have to understand these things. They make you naked. They take the truth from you, and now you shame. And guess what? Just like all in organizations, they will tell your secrets if you turn your back on them. If you say, I don't want no more, remember nigga room 312 at the Hyatt? Okay, I ain't gonna say nothing. Thought so. You wouldn't have had it on your mind when you was running through there, did you? Full of Viagra and popping bottles. Now you want out.
Now you plotting murder, because they got the goods. So.
They got the goods, y'all. Let them have the goods. Be like Ruth. Be like Ruth. But y'all see this thing that never been wrought in Israel. 1 Corinthians 5 say the 7th thing. The Gentiles don't even do it. What's coming? We're saying to have one to have his father's wife. You Negroes is out of control, y'all, because that's what the lust demon will do. It'll take you to another level, especially when there's no age limit or requirement. You had your eye on a woman, then she ended up with your daddy. You know, my dad ain't good. Your daddy be asleep before I come back with the rag. I need you. There you go. Now we got problems. Same thing happened in all these kingdoms and camps where they trying to set up compound living. Stay away from it. A man should leave his father and his mother. How you got another grown individual as your father in compound living? What kind of game is this? This Negro orchestrating orchestrating conjugal visits between a man and his woman. What you look like? I just want to know if tonight. Hell no, not tonight. She's with me tonight. Maybe tomorrow. This is what they're accepting in these camps. I tell you when it's time to get with her. That's prison.
Yeah.
Boy, come on.
Yeah, the least in his name.
Right. So y'all, we have to understand they're putting them in the mindset that when you join their organization, they own your woman as well as you. If y'all want to get married, I dictate to it. Like the boy was saying, Pastor Dowden took this other man's dowry for his daughter. How you leave your family there? That's the first problem. How you let them put you out and you don't take your wife and children? What kind of madness is this? You done gave this nigga carte blanche on your family. You standing outside now, you want to call them all kind of names and you sign off on that.
Take care of it,
Boy. Yo, let's not be without understanding on the marriage supper of the Lamb. Get your mind clear. No more than you want anybody thinking that that's about you, what's going to be done on your marriage tank. Look, you have to be careful when you're taking off the garter. You can't get crazy. Lift that dress up and dig your hand up in there and disappear to your elbow. Talk about I'm looking for the garter for all the crowd and they hooping and hollering. Then you pull it back out of it. There it is. Who wants it? Who wants it? Y'all look, we done got to them points that where all this is taking place now. Hunching and grinding, dropping it like it's hot. The bride, how you gonna give them imagery of what's gonna happen when y'all get to the bedroom change? I mean, y'all at the wedding, everybody hollering, get a room. Wait a minute. This ain't what the first dance was supposed to be.
Right.
30 days?
Boy, come on. Who got some questions out there too? We're gonna close out.
No, it's 5:35.
Yes, sir.
No, they ain't saying that. They just pretty much saying shalom. They said excellent lesson.
Yes, sir. Y'all got any questions? Holler back, y'all. Y'all know how we get down, y'all. We're talking about, to wrap this up, y'all, the same mindset for the same event. And if you see the Messiah doing any of these things, these Negroes hooping and hollering about, then they need to show you scripture of him doing it physically. He ain't gonna wait till it's spiritual and do it. It's somewhere where it's happening spiritual. Think about it. In your imagery, you got the Messiah doing what you like to do.
Justify your behavior.
Justify your behavior.
Right. Exactly.
And there's all kind of things up there. You playing with toys and different things, and you go put this on the Messiah cause you reading Psalms 51 where David said I was shapen in iniquity. He didn't say I was born in iniquity. What surrounded my soul was flesh that was marked to die. But it wasn't put in me to go get Uriah the Hittite's wife because they told me who she was. Once again, she's bathing and he's looking. Peeking. Who's that? That's Uriah the Hittite wife. Off limits at that point.
Right.
What'd he say? Get up here, dog.
What he say for back then, because wasn't the one in the apocrypha, the one that the two elders tried to set up?
Yeah.
She was bathing too, right?
In a private place.
She said,
look, these Negroes seek out the private place. How would you just show up at the purification place? See, they know where they're going to be watching. Look, it's cleansing time. So they didn't got the dirt out of their mind. They want fresh after cleansing. Here they come peeping through a crack in the fence.
The things I can do.
Boy, and the imagery what pops up here. And you know at this point, if I do this, I'm on the hook for life. And yet, I'll blame her. Had no business out there washing herself like that note I was on the roof. So it's her fault. You can't get control of these, like that cartoon when they see something. Ooh, good.
you close the gate.
Yeah, hope it wasn't too graphic, y'all. We try to keep it clean for the short leggers, but we don't want them to be caught up in that because they're being born out of these type of situations. And when you're born out of this type of imagery, that's why he told his sons, y'all don't want to do this. I'm telling you. I suffered for 7 years, and now I'm dying. Didn't eat no meat but sacrifice to get that flesh back right, to at least the point that where it's acceptable at death. And see, in most, you got these camps in New York talking about, when they read the testament of Reuben, talking about he's unstable as water. Talking about that man, he's like Floyd Mayweather. In 1 second he can be like this and then turn the heat on you. What the hell has that got to do with going up into my father's house? Has nothing to do with this, but the imagery they give him is of that, so they don't look at what Reuben did. Because you're trying to put the 12 patriarchs in the light that you want them in on your 12 tribe chart. But this Negro is on the hook for what he did. And you need to tell it, and this ain't got nothing to do with Floyd Mayweather speaking. But that's how quick they'll turn your mind from seeing the truth so that you see the image they want you to see. And that's a bunch of women you can't take care of. The Messiah said, I go back to do what for you? Prepare a place for you. How you ain't got no prepared place for this woman? The back seat is the prepared place. You lay down a towel and get some stolen incense from out of the Jack in the Box bathroom. It's smelling pretty for you. Yeah. Go ahead. Right. Her own house.
All right, we're going to get this closed in prayer. With the Most High's permission. In the name of his only begotten and beloved Son, our uncrowned King, our Lord and Savior, Yahushua HaMashiach, and we know him as Jesus the Christ. Long live the King.
Long live the King.
Reading in the book of Psalms, the 143rd chapter, it reads, Hear my prayer, O Yahweh. Give ear to my supplications. In thy faithfulness, answer me, and in thy righteousness. And enter not into judgment with thy servants, for in thy sight shall no man living be justified. For the enemy hath persecuted my soul. He hath smitten my life down to the ground. He hath made me to dwell in darkness, as those that have been long dead. Therefore is my spirit overwhelmed within me. My heart within me is desolate. I remember the days of old. I meditate on all thy works. I muse on the work of thy hands. I stretch forth my hands unto thee. My soul thirsteth after thee, as a thirsty land, Selah. Selah. Hear me speedily, O Yahweh. My spirit faileth. Hide not thy face from me, lest I be like unto them that go down into the pit. Cause me to hear the loving kindness in the morning, for in thee do I trust. Cause me to know the way wherein I should walk, for I lift up my soul unto thee. Deliver me, O Yahweh, from mine enemies. I flee unto thee to hide me. Teach me to do thy will, for thou art my Elohim. Thy spirit is good. Lead me into the land of uprightness. Quicken me, O Yahweh, for thy name's sake. For thy righteousness' sake, bring my soul out of trouble. And of thy mercy, cut off mine enemies, and destroy all them that afflict my soul. For I am thy servant. Hallelujah!
Yes, sir. If y'all got a shekel or two, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Worldwide Family, for assisting us, y'all. Y'all got any questions or concerns, hit us up.
Right.
You listen.